respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name or by role or title. We have 8 items of business on today's agenda. 5 staff reports and 3 member motions referred from yesterday's, September 21st council meeting. We will recess at noon for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene at 6. If an additional day is required, the meeting will reconvene Tuesday, September 28th at 3 p.m. Finally, I would like to remind council members if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form, that includes crosses out and highlighted new language, before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the city clerk has received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments DL. So as chair of this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers or presentations that we adopt those recommendations collectively in a single motion. We have items 1B, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda for consideration. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to staff? I am not seeing anyone on the queue. So in that case, I would be first asking, oh, wait a second, there is somebody on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to hold 1B, please.
Okay, just making a note of that. Okay, thank you. That will be done. So for items 3 and 4, there's no one that has held those. So I would like
move adoption.
No, just first of all,
No?
I just hold for 1 second and then
Sorry.
Councilor Hardwick, go ahead. I just need to know if anyone wishes to declare a conflict of interest on these consent items. Hearing no one, Councillor Hardwick.
Move adoption.
Thank you very much. All those in
Thank
favor, please say yay.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion carries. The following items have been approved on consent, which is item 3, Downtown Eastside Special Enterprise Program, allocation of grant funding to implementers, and item 4, First United Church and Lookout Powell Street Gate Getaway Grant Funding Recommendations. Thank you, councillors. We are now going to move to the regular agenda. Before we begin, however, I would like to remind speakers that you have 5 minutes to make comments and should state whether you are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Council, members, you have 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. We are in committee, so it's 3 minutes for speakers. However, I know you all know this, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not listed on their speakers list. So our first item is making patios a part of every summer in Vancouver. And we have Margaret Wiggins, Deputy General Manager, Strategy and Integrated Planning, Engineering Services on the line to introduce this item, followed by a presentation from Scott Edwards, Manager, Street Use Management. Margaret Wiggins.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to bring this item forward today. We're bringing forward 2 reports today on the future directions for the city's patio programs, which have arisen from the temporary expedited programs that were implemented during the pandemic at Council's direction. The first report outlines a framework for an ongoing summer patio program. And the second report is a referral to public hearing for the zoning and development bylaw amendments that are needed in order to allow patios for liquor manufacturers on an ongoing basis. So as mentioned, Scott Edwards will walk us through a short presentation, and then there are a number of other staff here who can also support answering questions. From Development, Building and Licensing, we have Andrea Law, David Otero, Kelly Anderson, Sarah Hicks. From Planning, we're joined by Chris Robertson and Lisa King, and also from Engineering, Lisa Parker is available for questions. And so now I'll pass it over to Scott for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Scott Edwards, go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of Council. It's a pleasure to be here today to share with you an update regarding the lessons learned from our temporary patio program and how we envision making patios a part of every summer in Vancouver. First, an overview of the agenda for this brief presentation, some key elements of the program itself, some of the results and the initial feedback. As well, subject to the outcome of today's council meeting, I would like to share our approach that we believe can be possible moving forward and some next steps as well. To start off with a bit of the background with regard to the program that I'm sure we're all aware of, the Temporary Expedited Patio Program, or TEP as it was called, was developed in response to regulations requiring physical distancing and thus limiting indoor dining capacity. Collaboration from multiple departments and work groups was essential to the success of the program. It should be noted that all fees were waived, both application and permit fees for any of the patios, and no additional costs were passed on to businesses at all. Some key aspects of the program that were essential to the expedited manner in which we launched it were that there were no increase in occupant load noted, and to support business operations, the partnership with the province and their approval for temporary expansions of the liquor service area was also essential. As we started to consider the program overall, it was simple patio typologies that were developed and shared with businesses through a program guide, and a simple online portal for applications was also made available. Enabling curbside patios was a key element, and as you can see from the numbers, these were hugely successful and represented more than half of all of the TEP permits issued. New business types were accommodated. Breweries and distilleries were now eligible for patios, and staff teams throughout the organization prioritized the review of the patio applications themselves. There was definitely a seasonality aspect when we start considering the patio permits that were issued for both summer of 2020, the following winter, and summer of 2021, in which you can see that there was a 200% increase from the winter to our most recent summer. I'll get into some of the metrics and statistics later on in the presentation. As was mentioned, the simple typology was recommended. It allowed for an expedited review of each application. Flexibility for use of open space was provided. It allowed for curbside parking and parking spaces on private land to be used for patios. Early in the pandemic, observed traffic volumes were lower than typical and on our major streets, and this allowed for further flexibility to utilize portions of our arterial and major road network. Again, the province was a key partner in supporting these initiatives with the liquor service areas that was being sought by businesses. With a simple typology and no increase in occupant load, there was no need for required additional reviews for things such as items or other building code requirements. I think it's worth noting that there was a large number of patios and a vibrant patio culture preceding the temporary program. However, it should be recognized that there were hundreds of these patios in place. And having said that, though, the response of the temporary program was significant. We observed a year-over-year increase of more than 60% when we look at summer of 2020 to summer of 2021. The program continued to increase with summer numbers. Throughout TEP, feedback from businesses and our business improvement associations, who are very important partners in all of this, was very positive. As our response to COVID changed over the past 18 months, it was quickly realized that continued engagement and information sharing with the business community overall was essential to the success of the program. When we look at the summer of 2021 season for the temporary patio program, there were almost 700 additional patios approved for use in both public and private lands. When we break that down even further, there were almost 500 approved in public spaces, which was typically on street right-of-way. Sidewalks, both large and small, large being licensed for liquor service and small being typical tables and chairs for a cafe, numbered just over 100. While curbside, the new patio type that was emerging, accounted for almost 400 of these new patio types. Complementing all of this on public property were all the additional patios that were approved on private spaces as well, and this numbered 176. Significant increase in total number of patios, and I think we saw the vibrancy of patio culture continue to grow within Vancouver. Businesses and BIAs shared their feedback throughout the program since the early days in June of 2020. The program not only supports businesses, it creates a more vibrant and lively streetscape. We received ideas for design changes for patios, and it was recognized that additional outreach and engagement was needed as we considered longer-term program changes. Some comments received from advisory committees and other key stakeholders to date related to accessibility, managing that, the displacement of sidewalk space, which was allowing for physical distancing of passersby, repurposing of curbside uses, such as bus stops or loading zones, or even just parking that was available to patrons and other residents in the area, and generally a desire to seek a better understanding of the privatization of public space. BIAs, as I mentioned, were a key partner in this, and they expressed a desire to participate in a review of the overall program, including a review of program fees in general. This program review and stakeholder engagement is planned for 2022 and would include a review of the first summer of patio season as well. As we consider launching a summer patio program to build upon the success of the temporary program, there are some key elements that are being considered for both public and private land. That a timely approval is critical for businesses to be able to plan for the summer season, and that low complexity patios would continue to have a timely review and approval process. It should be noted that more complex applications for year-round patios can still be applied for through the city's regular or annual program, and a more detailed review may be required, which is reflective of the level of patio complexity. However, for the summer program, this would be a recurring program, and a simple renewal process would be available to businesses in the following years. In response to businesses, staff are recommending some flexibility for the summer patio season, such as a suggestion that a 20% shift of internal seating could be transferred to outdoor patios for these temporary summer patios that would be put in place. For those businesses that have supporting infrastructure, such as 2 existing washrooms, there would also be flexibility to add 12 additional seats as well. The continued use of streets for curbside patios and patios in general would continue to be sought, and as is noted in the accompanying report before Council today, the inclusion of breweries and distilleries would be part of the ongoing future program as well. Now, as we consider next steps, and subject to the outcome of today's Council meeting, staff are proposing a number of key items. That we share updated information with all businesses regarding options moving forward. Some key items to note would be whether they would prefer an all-season patio for 12 months of the year, or a summer patio season, which would run from April to October. That's definitely been of interest and a key item that we've heard from businesses as well. That we would be reinstating patio fees in 2022 using the existing framework that was in place prior to the temporary program being launched in 2020. However, staff would conduct a review of the overall patio program, including the fee structure in 2022. This would help to inform us of fees moving forward in subsequent years. As part of the program review, we would launch a public and business engagement process to explore not only fees, but also design guidelines for subsequent years to update the program as a whole. All of this, including the findings from our first summer patio program, would be brought back to Council at a future date. Before you today, or a number of recommendations, and this is an overview of the recommendations before you. I should note that in the accompanying report 1B, that should council have any questions with regard to the items there, that this is a referral report and staff would be happy to answer questions at the public hearing that would accompany this. With that, I'd like to say thank you for your time today and open it up to any questions should you have any.
Yeah, Chair Carr, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. You do indeed have questions. First is Councillor Hardwick. Councillors, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Scott, for the presentation. My first question is around the use of side streets versus main streets on bus routes. I've noticed a number of places where the patios have been located on the side streets, which is great, but there are other streets where the patios on the main street. Examples, Kingsway, Main Street, Fraser Street, Commercial Drive, Powell Street, Denman Street. And so the concern there is that this, of course, slows down buses and creates traffic conflict. So focusing specifically on the main streets, are you looking at those and the impact on bus traffic in particular?
Thank you for the question. With regard to the placement of the patios, we have looked at some of the impacts with regard to all of the curbside uses. Of course, ongoing transit operations is very important from the point of view of serving the surrounding residential area, and we've been undertaking a case-by-case review, and in many cases that involves other stakeholders beyond the city, including TransLink or Coast Mountain Bus Company. So we have been undertaking those with regard to any displacement of bus activity or the impact of those. So it's been case by case, and the feedback to date has been fairly positive, and the impact's quite minimal.
I think we have seen, of course, during the pandemic, a substantial decline in transit use. And I'm just concerned as that returns to whatever normal looks like, that it may become an issue. But if you're looking at it on a case-by-case basis, that makes sense. And keeping on that theme, I've noticed that there are some examples that are in close proximity on side streets. So for example, on 4th Avenue, I think both Maple Street south of 4th has been blocked, but just one block over on Cypress on the south side is also blocked, not for a patio, but for traffic being able to cross 4th Avenue. So where we've got a bunch of this blockage in areas, it's really creating some internal movement conflict for the locals. So will you be looking at a case-by-case basis on those kinds of examples as well?
Thank you. Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. I can answer that question in addition to Scott's information. We are working very closely with TransLink from the network consideration you were highlighting on the arterial roads and impacts in that way, but also working with the networks as a whole that does include the local streets. So as we are reviewing patio applications as those come in, we are looking in the context of the other closures to support the public life needs. And so if there is any input that's needed to change and support those pieces as a whole, we're working quite closely with all of our colleagues and prioritizing emergency route needs.
So if the public have any questions, how would they reach out on this if they're concerned about proximity?
We do have a number of ways online, and it's through our Plaza pages, and we can ensure that we do also have information on site at the road closures for plazas of different ways of accessing information and offering input.
Thank you very much.
I could also add that 311 is a direct way for having input from the public as well.
Terrific. Thank you.
Is that it, Councillor Hardwick?
Yes. Are we 3 minutes or 5 minutes? I was trying to state it.
Yeah, that's okay. For the public speakers, it's 3 minutes. For staff questions, you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
So you are at 3 minutes and 42 seconds.
It covered it anyway. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Boyle, you are next, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, and thanks to staff for this work. I have a handful of questions about accessibility of these patios, and I have asked some of these questions as the temporary project has come through. I'm particularly wanting to get some more specific answers as we look at moving permanent. So I'm interested to know, anecdotally, I have seen and heard that these patios haven't been accessible by and large for wheelchair users or other folks with mobility challenges in particular. Do we have any data that we've collected on the accessibility of the temporary program?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. With regard to accessibility, I think there's two items that I'd like to mention. One, we are undertaking an audit of all of the existing patios for this summer, and we've been noting any that have leveled off their patio to make it equivalent with the sidewalk, if it's in the curbside, or any sort of positive and negative aspects to that. I think an important second consideration, which lends itself to why we want to re-engage with stakeholders next summer, is that we've heard that even some of the table designs need to be considered. So it's not just simply about ramps or decking. It's also about picnic tables versus other type of infrastructure. So I think that we do have some updates that we hope to share with applicants for the coming year, but that we also hope to further clarify some of the design guidelines for not only next year, but as we report out with feedback from committees and stakeholders next year for any subsequent changes.
Okay, so can you just clarify, I appreciate that the design pieces aren't just the floor level, but the chairs. I'm glad to hear staff name that. It seems to me like there's a difference between providing design recommendations for accessibility and requiring and enforcing accessibility as part of the permanent processing. And I'm wondering where staff are headed on that front.
Absolutely. The accessibility is a requirement in our current program, and the requirements for accessibility would be brought forward as part of this becoming part of our regular, what I'll call a new summer regular program. So absolutely, there will be requirements for accessibility for patios in the outdoor environment. So that will be coming forward. Staff, with regard to enforcement over the past year, we've been focusing on trying to support the businesses, and enforcement of this has been more so along the education and engagement with regard to businesses to try to keep them informed of the requirements. So we've been trying to use carrots more so than sticks, but I think moving forward, we do need to make sure that any new patios that are going in are adhering to some of the basic requirements, which includes accessibility.
Okay. I have 5 minutes. I think we just clarified. Okay, so I'm sorry if I'm really like hammering on this. I know it's been a scramble, and we've been and we've been figuring it out as we go, but it seems like most of the patios haven't been accessible, and so I guess I'm just hoping for folks who are reaching out to us with concerns about that to get some clarity or reassurance that this is an issue we're going to take more seriously going forward, and patios that have been built already are going to be required to make some changes to be accessible. It's just been a gap so far that I hear a lot of concern about, and makes it hard for my family to go to a patio as well often.
This is something that impacts my family as well, so I can appreciate that. Let me be clear. Yes, we will be requiring accessibility, and it will be something that we have to put additional resources into enforcement and ensuring that they're adhering to our requirement.
Okay, and in the I saw in the presentation there's some review planned in 2022, both around the fees and the design. So we'll continue to hear back on this as a priority.
Absolutely. I think that accessibility is one of the key elements of the current program, as well as this new expansion for summer patios as well.
Okay, really appreciate all of those answers. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I have some dear friends that work in these places, so I have been supporting them, but I do have concerns around accessibility that Councillor Boyle raised, physical accessibility, but also around the monetary accessibility. I know I've spent most of my life where these patios would be inaccessible to me just because of my income. Would have to spend all of my money on necessities rather than dining out. And the Planning Commission has put forward quite an extensive memo about this physical accessibility, as well as this type of privatization of public space and the impact it has on low income people. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if you guys have seen that memo and how you respond to the issue of the privatization of public space and the resulting surveillance of those spaces and the pressure on lower income people not to use them. Do you have any thoughts on how to deal with that?
Great, thank you for that. And I can confirm that staff did receive the memo from the Vancouver City Planning Commission. We do want to highlight that we take that very seriously, the balance of those uses, and really having a handle and an understanding of when we do start to change uses, there's people that are being impacted by that. So we're not looking at it only from a permitting agency around like, can we stop from this and allow for that? But we do want to really look at that and to explain to council and for the public to know that we, in addition to the patio program, we have been working very closely with other critical partners to establish additional public space uses. And in addition to the program design review that Scott has highlighted, we do also have the stewardship strategy, which is looking at the city as a whole. And I do think that will really be an opportunity for us to detail in a more meaningful way the lessons that we've learned through the pandemic as we approach and have a balanced use perspective for public realm across the city. And so that I think there'll be a number of touch points and opportunities for us to really examine and to apply what we've learned in a meaningful way.
So, but should we be going full speed ahead with this before we get the results of that?
I do think there's an opportunity for us to have a balanced perspective for that and for us to really look at it in a way for balancing those uses and ensuring that we do have those understandings at the top of mind. So when we are looking at where the patios are, is really understanding the applications as those are coming in, is looking at seeing where maybe the on-street parking space is something that we could supportive to move forward, whereas if it's starting to impact in a different type of use, so really looking at that current use and what the request change of that use is, and to balance those needs, and if there's additional spaces that are needed within a certain neighborhood or based on different partner requests, we could balance those and have city priorities really apply our staff resourcing with those considerations.
Like you could make the parking just for people with disabilities and seniors or something.
Right, and we do have other tools that are running in parallel with this. For example, our social service parklets. We have been running those in parallel with this, but really resourcing that with a different team to ensure that we are prioritizing both and it's not an either or.
There's another accessibility issue, which is just getting by on the street if you're in a wheelchair, because of lineups, as well as the patio, as well as servers going back and forth across the sidewalk. Have you even looked at that?
Yeah, and there's that's a great example of another layer of really ensuring that we're monitoring and engaging and having like a really understanding and looking at that in a meaningful way, and then bringing back at different touch points for council's consideration for shaping that and really monitoring with a true lens of what those uses are out there.
And you have been and will be continuing to consult with the Planning Commission?
Yes, definitely. We can commit to that as well as other advisory committees and the public as a whole.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. That's your time, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, you are next, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much. And thanks to staff for the report and all the work. I know that this was a phenomenally popular program. Just following up on some of the other councillors' questions, a couple that I have and what I'm hearing is that one of the reasons, and I just want to frame this to make sure that the public's understanding correctly, that one of the reasons that staff are recommending continuing the summer program, but taking time to come back with final recommendations after the end of March next year is to do the further engagement with stakeholders like persons with disabilities, seniors, Vancouver Civic Planning Commission, and address issues like accessibility as well as things like the fee review, and that staff are aware of those concerns. Because I read that report quite clearly that that work is intended and is already sort of part of the plan as part of the review while continuing this program in parallel. Is that right? Is that a fair way of framing it?
That absolutely is a fair way of framing it. Early on in the TEP program, we had engaged primarily with businesses and BIAs, and later on in the process, we started hearing from other groups and recognized that we had to do a more comprehensive engagement with advisory committees, whether that be about bus stops or accessibility or seniors. So we recognize that that work needs to be done in a more wholesome way, and that's what's planned for next year. And we would be bringing that back to council.
Okay, so thanks. So just to be clear, because I know that the concerns raised are obviously really important ones by Vancouver VCPC, Civic Planning Commission. But what I'm reading is that that doesn't necessarily require further direction from staff because it's already noted in the report that there's a clear intention and that is part of the work plan. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. With respects to the other thing I wanted to note too, and it was mentioned around with the social service patios, and I know it's not contained in this report, but maybe staff can confirm that we also had a number of pop-up plazas stewarded by business improvement associations across the city that were, that can be utilized by anybody, whether a patron of a business or not. No financial impediment or requirement. That were really popular. And can you confirm the intention is also to continue those, recognizing that that's part of sort of the equity in terms of providing spaces to people that aren't necessarily attached to a commercial business?
Yes, I can confirm that those the pop-up plazas that we have implemented have been very successful, and we are looking and we will be getting more information to council for the process of that moving forward. But overall, I can confirm very successful, and we're looking to continue to invest in maintaining and upgrading the spaces.
Okay, so we will also have a legacy of increased access to more vibrant public space that doesn't have any financial barrier. With respect to the fee review that's going to be undertaken, and I know that there's work to synthesize in terms of, the City of Vancouver's patio program that existed pre-pandemic, and then the pop-up patio, and wanting to sort of bring that forward fairly in terms of a value to public space. Can you confirm if that review will also include a comparison of other municipalities? And I ask that question in the sense that I've heard Vancouver is expensive. And so fee review could potentially mean sometimes result in higher costs, but yet I hear Vancouver is expensive already.
Yes, I can confirm that the intent of this is to review in the context of other cities as well. So we do want to understand what our program costs are, but we want to understand the context and comparators for businesses that may be operating in multiple jurisdictions. So that information will be brought back as well.
Okay, that's helpful because I spoke with one restaurant operator operates in North Vancouver, for example, Vancouver and others, and the bill is the biggest here. So that's good to know because I appreciate there's a balance between cost recovery and sort of fair cost of service. Okay. And then my last question is, can you expand just a bit with respects to the capacity piece? So in terms of the additional capacity, so if I'm a restaurant, I can serve 120% greater than my capacity in the summer?
I'll provide a brief overview, and then perhaps I will call upon my colleagues in licensing and DBL. So the intent of the temporary summer program would be such that those temporary patios would be able to shift 20%, and it is a shift of their internal capacity to outdoor patios. So it's not 120%. It would be that there would be a shift from internal seating to outside patio seating. However, there is additional flexibility with 12 additional seats where businesses already have the supporting washrooms, for instance. So there is a net increase in the summertime, but generally it's a shift from to recognize, I think, that patrons want to enjoy patios on a beautiful summer day. And we've had that patio culture emerge in Vancouver. So it's not 120%, it would be 100% shifted around, plus an accommodation of 12 additional seats as well.
Thank you. That's my time. That's what I want to clarify. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Just over. Thank you very much, Councillor. And on to Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll actually just quickly carry on from Councillor Kirby-Young's question because I had a similar question. So would it be staff's prediction that in those that would like a annual patio would do so recognizing that they cannot actually increase their capacity per se, and that those sitting outside potentially on a patio, it's a preference, or talking about the advantages of having an annual patio over the winter would not be to, as I say, increase overall capacity potential, but simply to provide another option for guests of that particular restaurant to sit outside if they choose to.
So I did note in one of the slides that there is an opportunity for businesses to apply for an annual patio, which has it may include a more fulsome review of their application. In those cases, depending on their current occupancy limits and the infrastructure such as washrooms and access and egress and fire safety and things like that, they may already be able to increase their patio space and their seating on a year-round basis. Okay. So that may be possible to them already, and it is a business-by-business, case-by-case review that would need to happen. There isn't really a blanket statement that would apply to that. The summer patios do allow for that shift in the +12, and that's where we were seeing an interest from businesses, primarily for summer, but there are some that will look for a year-round patio.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And then just related to the October 15th cutoff date to indicate to the city whether they want the annual or the summer, I'm assuming that if somebody bought a business, let's say in November or January, that they too would be able to still apply for a summer patio permit and not have to wait till the following October 15th?
Absolutely. So let me clarify that. So the October 15th date relates to the intent of the end of TAP, if I want to call it that, which is October 31st. And what we're trying to do is plan for information sharing to businesses so they understand the path forward. And we wanted to make sure that we had that in their hands by mid-October. They can then apply for a patio any time of year moving forward for a new one. But if they have an existing temporary patio, we would ask for them to let us know their intentions of whether they want to remove it and apply for a new one for next summer, or if they would like to apply for a year-round patio. And that's just so that we can continue to focus our efforts on the businesses for the seasonality aspect for workflow.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that clarification. And I just wanted to, I noticed in the report, part of the work that was done in the temporary patio permit program was working within provincial guidelines around liquor service relaxations. And I'm just curious if staff have any updates on those conversations. Do we anticipate that will change in terms of provincial, requirements or those relaxations as we move forward?
Yeah, the province has been a critical partner in all of this, and they have indicated that for those businesses that already have a temporary expanded service area, that they would be prioritized in their review. Their review actually follows the city review. So we would receive applications for either annual or next summer season patios. They have indicated that depending on the numbers that they get, they're hoping for a turnaround, which would be in the order of a number of weeks rather than months. So they are prioritizing those, and the intent is that that would allow for a seamless continuation of service for businesses throughout next year. They've already extended the service areas through till next June. So any that already have a temporary one would be allowed to continue with that liquor service area, but with the intent that in this interim period, they would be applying for their intention of either a summer or year-round patio.
Okay. And just one other quick question is around the way that we price out patio fees, and I did go on our City of Vancouver website, but wasn't able to find the details immediately, was just that it's priced per square foot. Is that correct for permit fees? Thinking ahead to 2022 when we start to actually charge for some of these patios.
Sorry, Councillor, my audio cut out. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, just looking for you to confirm that it's priced per square foot when it comes to calculating patio fees.
Yes, it is. It's based on square foot and which season and which area of the city currently. So the downtown is different than outside of the downtown core, but it is a per square meter rate.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's my time.
Great, and perfectly timed. Thank you, Councillor Bly. And Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the update this morning. A couple of follow-up questions. One is just with respect to, you talked about the patios on sidewalks as well as the curbside patios. Just curious if staff are looking at how we might have more patios actually up on the sidewalk, because that was definitely a concern I heard around mobility, but also implications for safety being at curbside. Just curious if that's something you'll be looking at through further engagement.
Absolutely, we'll be looking at that. I would say it's a business decision for them, and generally the preference for businesses is sidewalk. First of all, it allows easier access for the servers and for them to provide additional support, and I think the benefits are there for them. So their first desire is for that space. However, through the pandemic, we've learned that maintaining sidewalk space is important as well, and sometimes there's limitations on how much space we can offer them. So we've had businesses apply for both in many locations.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then just with respect to safety at the roadside curbside, one of the observations I've made in a few other municipalities is that the cities have actually implemented concrete barriers, put those in place with reflectors, particularly on some of the busier arterials for visibility. And here it seemed it was a bit makeshift. The businesses took it upon themselves to try to put something at the curbside. And I'm just curious, is that something we're also looking at? Because I think particularly if we're having patios year-round, or just even going into October, as we know it's getting darker earlier and just visibility is reduced for drivers. And so having reflectors along the edge of the patio space, is that also something we're looking at?
Absolutely. The safety of the on-street patios is something that we've been building upon our experiences with both the on-street parklets and the curbside patio pilot that was underway for the last number of years. So the lessons learned from that, as well as information from other jurisdictions. Where we did put concrete in is in any location where we had a change in curbside regulation. So if we change rush hour regs to be able to allow for businesses to be able to use that space on an ongoing basis, where we didn't necessarily require concrete, and it was, again, a case-by-case review with my colleagues in transportation and others, where we didn't put them is where it was just replacing existing private parking. So if it was on-street parking 24 hours a day, the typology that I mentioned, the simple typology, was typically that patios were narrower than existing cars, and we did look at a number of the safety stats. So critical for us to do it, and I think it will be an ongoing review that we undertake annually.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to, obviously we have existing restaurants who applied for the temporary patios and now have the opportunity for a seasonal over year round. When a new restaurant is starting up and opening up in the city, will it just be part of the business license process and application that here you have the option as well, assuming there's space, to apply for a seasonal or year-round patio, as opposed to doing it later after the fact, after you've gotten your business license for the restaurant?
So there's two situations that typically come up. One is a new business starting from scratch, and as they get their business license, they typically are aware that they can also apply for patio space as well, whether that's on private or public land. That information is provided to them, and we work quite closely between the departments to be able to get that information in their hands and make sure that that happens. The other common occurrence is just a change in ownership. So somebody's taking over a restaurant that may have moved to a new location. Those are somewhat simpler, and that information, again, is coordinated between the departments to make sure that we're helping that business through those opportunities. And the footprint is typically grandfathered in as long as it was built as per what they said they were going to build. So in those cases, we do help them along through that process. Typically, they do keep all the existing patios that were there, and we allow them to just transfer ownership at that time. Quite a simple process.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks for the updates. I'm probably close to time, so I'll pause there. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Domino. Yeah, are pretty close to time. You're right. Councillor Fry, you are up next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks staff and Scott for the presentation today, and I appreciate all the work that staff have been doing on this file. I want to riff a little bit around the correspondence memo we received from the Vancouver City Planning Commission, which I am the council liaison on. So I've had some more extensive and detailed conversations on some of these issues, and there are some lived experience perspectives around issues of accessibility that have been brought to those conversations that I think are pretty germane to this report. And I appreciate that there is some mention of those issues in your presentation and in the report, although not an actual recommendation. In some of the conversation, though, I did reflect back into the original patio motion that this council passed on May 13th, 2020. And there was some very specific direction amendments added by council to that motion that really talked about design to meet the needs of those who use wheelchairs, mobility scooters, and other mobility devices in mind, and ensure safe and accessible paths of travel are maintained. Additionally, there was amendments and direction to prioritize additional staff and resources to ensure that this kind of public realm remained, and working with Coastal Health and to again sort of ensure some of those priorities. And I'm just curious what happened with some of that direction, because we still hear that a lot of these patios aren't accessible, and I'm curious what happened there.
Absolutely. Let me provide a bit of information with regard to that. So the idea of providing safe and accessible space applies not only to the patio spaces themselves, but also to sidewalks. The requirements that emerged for the temporary program actually exceeded the regular program with the amount of space that is to be retained on the sidewalk area. So the public open space was actually larger than what had been typically requested when we're allocating that balance between public space and semi-privatized patio space. So with that, our design guidelines were reflective of council's desire to be able to maintain that for the public space overall. With regard to the accessibility, it was a requirement. We have followed up with a number of businesses. They didn't have to necessarily provide permanent accessibility. They were allowed to also provide ramps, and it was hard for us during our check-ins with some of these businesses when we were doing audits, for instance, or field checks, to actually spot that. We did connect with a few of them. As has been noted, I think it's an area that we need to be able to better connect with businesses and improve that. Our numbers that we believe are rough at this point from our audits are that it's about 3/4 of the patios to date have clearly provided something. The other 25%, we don't know if it's a temporary basis or more. So it's a number that's not 100%. It is something that we can endeavor to improve upon moving forward with the new design guidelines.
No, and I appreciate that answer, and I appreciate that this has been sort of a bit of an ad hoc approach and a bit of a scramble to get these temporary patios up and running. And I know staff are working super hard on this. So I appreciate everything you just said, and I look forward to us getting to 100%. And further as we can contemplate the accessibility report that should be coming back this fall for phase 1 of our accessibility strategy. I think that this is quite germane to it. Thanks, Scott. I guess seeing as there's no further
Councillor Fry,
questions,
we have
Chair.
a speaker.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm good for
Okay.
speaking.
So, Council, we do have a speaker, and Clerk, if you could just advise if Bert Hick, President and founder of Rising Tide Consultants, is on the line.
Yes, they are on the line. Just one moment.
Thank you. Hello?
Bert Hick? Yes, Bert Hick.
Yes.
Yes, great. Thank you for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. Go ahead.
I won't need 5 minutes. I'm just calling to say, Mayor Stewart and members of council, thank you so very much for this. And I also, while I'm doing this talk, I will save you time because I'm also going to speak in favor of the second item in your agenda, which is with respect to the patios for liquor manufacturers. I support these recommendations. The only question I have on this one was on Appendix A, it's got a different fee structure for large patios in the downtown area versus outside of the downtown area. And my view is a patio is a patio, and I think it should be the same fee for both. And as you know, in the downtown core, restaurants down here have to pay, that's where I'm located right now, have to pay a lot more for rent. But I'm extremely supportive. But I just want to say, this is a tough time for politicians. And when I was thinking about this morning's meeting, I had the morning news on, and I saw this advertisement for the start of tonight on the season, new season of Survivor. And it seemed to be appropriate for politicians these days. But I want to say how great you guys have been over the last 18 months in supporting the hospitality industry. And that your team has been very supportive of the industry during these tough times. The issue of patios for manufacturers is long overdue. It never made sense that one could go to a brewery, winery, distillery in Richmond, Port Moody, Burnaby, North Vancouver, and have a patio experience, but one could not do it in Vancouver. Your patio program that we're talking about right now is terrific, and encourage you to keep going with it. I would also encourage council to consider examining some other restrictive policies that are unique only to Vancouver, and in terms of licensing, and that are quite frankly illogical. And some of them go back to 2005. I'd like to see us move forward to get rid of the reputation that Vancouver has of being a no-fun city. And as you know, it's been a tough time for the hospitality industry. But I just wanted to shout out to you. I very much appreciate your worship, members of council, your leadership and support on these initiatives as we go through this war. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I think your words are very much appreciated by both council and by all our city staff as well. Councillor Kirby-Yung, are you on the queue to ask questions of the speaker?
I am.
Great. You have up to 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you. And thanks, Bert, for being here. I just have a couple of quick questions for you. You mentioned a higher rate being charged in downtown, and I'm just wondering, so I know you do a lot of work in the industry, do you see that, are you aware of that being the case in other cities where they have a higher rate for a downtown core versus in outerlying areas or other neighborhoods?
No, I'm not. But on the other hand, I have to admit that I've not examined the detailed policies on that. I just happened to notice it in your Appendix A of your report. And the hospitality industry is going through tough times, as we all know. One of the things, we have critical staff shortages in the hospitality industry right now for people to work in back of house as well as front of house. But now the hospitality industry has had to hire people, security guards and other people to enforce the provincial health officer's order on checking for vaccination passports. And it's creating a problem. So to me, just having an extra fee for downtown over outside the downtown just doesn't make sense. Yeah. I think it should be just one fee for the entire city of Vancouver. Leave it at that.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and downtown's been really hard hit. I appreciate that. My second question, which really relates, because I know you signed up for the sort of 1A, but we've got these reports sort of bundled together, 1A and B, and it's with respect to, what did you hear about the impact in terms of craft breweries of having patios for the first time ever in Vancouver relative to, like, it changed their business in terms of who they attract and people coming as opposed to kind of, craft beer aficionados that just went and got their brews and took them out?
Yeah, we want to encourage people to have the same patio experience at breweries in Vancouver as they do, as they say, in Port Moody and other municipalities. We just licensed a winery in Richmond with a patio area, and people should have that same experience in Vancouver as they do in other municipalities.
Okay, and so no concerns with the report 1B on breweries allowing patios for liquor manufacturers? Nothing jumped out?
No, I just think it's great, and I think it's long overdue, and I know the industry is looking forward to having this ability, particularly during the COVID pandemic.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks for taking the time this morning.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Oh, and I'm
And
happy to
thank
move the
you.
recommendations, Chair, seeing no
Just
other
one second. I
speakers.
just want to, excuse me, just 1 second. And thank you to the speaker very much for coming to speak to us. Very, very much appreciated by council.
Well, I look forward to seeing you in person someday.
I think we will all appreciate that. So I am now, council, looking to someone to move a motion. And
So moved, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay. It would be good if you went on the queue. Oops.
Madam Chair, I did say that while I was still in the queue.
Yeah, different queues. So council, just pay attention to the queues that you're on. So it's important that I close the queues regarding speakers or questions to speakers or questions to staff, and then move us to the main queue, which we are on now. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, I will recognize. Councillor Fry, you are very fast on the button, I have to say. I'm going to advance you, but Councillor.
Yeah, no, Chair, I don't want to get in the way of Councillor Kirby-Yung moving this.
All right. So
I know she's put a lot of work into it.
Councillor Fry, I'm going to just add Councillor Kirby-Yung to the actual queue, if you don't mind. So, and then I'll add you back in, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Yung, to the motion.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Great. That's it.
I will, yeah, I'll maybe make some comments and speak obviously in support of the report. I think that one of the things that I heard, I think we all heard very consistently, both as members of council and just as members of residents of the city, was that it shouldn't have taken a pandemic, and people love the patios. They're like, we've created a patio culture. And that clearly there's obviously more that can be done with respect to accessibility. And I feel that staff have a real handle on that and have identified that work in the report and their intention to study and for that to be part of the report back. I also recognize that there was a lot of fast and flexibility that happened here in order to make this program happen and balance other public health needs, such as giving. Sorry. There we go.
Yes, I think that might be planning staff. Okay, it's okay now. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead.
Sure. I also recognize that part of the patio program was in response to public health needs and giving people the opportunity to safely be outside. And quite honestly, it sustained a lot of our beloved local restaurants that I don't think that would have their doors open today if we hadn't and council hadn't supported so enthusiastically the patio program and staff hadn't been able to really pivot on a dime and move that forward. I think it also engendered a lot of other positive use of our public space, such as the pop-up patios that happen in different neighborhoods, from more localized ones like Fraser Street, it's more neighborhood-based, to South Granville, Main Street, West Fourth, downtown, social service ones on the downtown east side. And that was a really positive to be able to see people from sort of all backgrounds and ages coming together and enjoying that space outside. So that was great. And then with the craft breweries, the fact that, you could go and have a craft brew outside in Port Moody, but you can do it in Vancouver also didn't make sense. So I feel like Vancouver's catching up, and now we have a chance to really keep this patio culture and this vibrant outdoor space and not lose that and build on that in terms of really thinking about how we want to use our public realm more for people. And have sort of a people and pedestrian focused city. So very supportive of that. I think recognize the letter from the Vancouver Civic Planning Commission. I'm satisfied based on the responses from staff that a lot of those considerations are underway and they are part of the work plans in order to address those really important considerations. I think fast and flexible is important moving forward. I will also say that I'm going to be looking closely towards the fees coming forward to make sure that Vancouver is also remaining competitive here, because we want this to be a competitive environment for our businesses to operate in. Most of these folks are small businesses. They employ a lot of people, really valuable employment. We saw the impact of that when it was lost during the pandemic. And with the fact we have really high property taxes and triple net leases, I don't want our fees to be a burden. I want them to be set and be fair in terms of the service we provide, but that we are, as I said, competitive to other municipalities. So appreciative to staff of the report, and I look forward to this program continuing. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and on to you, Councillor Fry. You're on mute.
Thanks. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Thanks, Chair. I did supply an amendment to the clerk. If we could pull that one
Okay,
up.
I'm going to move us to an amendment queue so you can speak to it in that amendment queue. I'll add you to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, reflecting some of the conversations with Vancouver City Planning Commission, and then working with Councillor Boyle and checking in with the city manager and staff on this report, and appreciate 100% of the amount of colossal work that's gone into this. But as Mr. Edwards alluded, we're at 75% accessibility, and certainly there is some work to be done. And we have given this direction in the past, back in May, when this patio implementation was first discussed as a pandemic response, and we still haven't kind of met that criteria to make it fully accessible. And of course, we do have the accessibility strategy, which I understand will be coming back to us as phase one um, later in the fall. And I think it's important to really highlight and prioritize the interests of accessibility, equity, fairness in this work, and ensure that it is not just part of the report back and the research work, but that we're being really thoughtful and intentional in this work, so that we're making patios and improving public realm for everybody. So I think the amendment itself sort of speaks to that and for itself.
Okay, and thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. I'm hugely supportive of this work, but I heard clearly from, I just heard Councillor Fry say that we've given some of this direction in the past, and we have. And I heard staff say, and it's mentioned in the report, a lot of this work is underway. So my question, if I could ask through you, Madam Chair, to staff is, what is in this amendment that is new, that is different work that staff would be doing that is not already being direction given by council or that is contemplated in the report?
Okay, staff?
Sure, I can answer that through you. Yeah, appreciate the question. I think council has heard from staff regarding our the plans that are in place and the work that would be in to incorporate these considerations. I think if council though feels that there's value in providing explicit direction to staff on the policy, that's not something that we have a problem with.
Okay, but you don't see anything new here that is not in the plans?
Yeah, we believe we understand council's intent, but again, the clarification is not something that we'd see as problematic.
Okay, I'll leave it for the moment. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I'm happy to support this. I agree that this has been raised a number of times, and it's important enough that I think we should continue to raise it as a priority. We know that there are a lot of competing pressures on these patios, and that thus far the accessibility of the patios hasn't been great. And so I think it's entirely appropriate that we continue to name in our own recommendations that this is a priority for us, and continue to look at how we shift from recommendations and carrots to enforcement and sticks, so that these spaces are accessible for residents across our city, which includes requiring physical accessibility design changes and enforcing them. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson to the amendment.
Yeah, I'll support it. I think it's really, really important that staff talk to the folks at the Planning Commission. They put a lot of work into their memo to us and them, and they really brought out the issue of accessibility by income as well as physical accessibility, which is a huge, huge issue. I think we need to recognize that there's probably 20 or 25% of the population of Vancouver can't even consider going to a patio restaurant because they have to use all their money for necessities. And if we exclude them from these kinds of things, we're not building an inclusive city. So I'm hoping that staff can understand and really look at that planning commission memo, that this is an important issue. Physical accessibility is very important, and economic accessibility is really important. And just having an amendment like this will hopefully show that it is important to us, and maybe we'll be more likely to get some action on those issues.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate this amendment. Very clear from the memo we received yesterday, as well as other feedback we've had with respect to the patio program, that while it's been welcomed and well received by both small businesses and residents alike, that obviously there's more to be done in terms of accessibility and physical accessibility to these spaces. And so I appreciate that that's what the intent of this amendment is to address, and that my experience of late with respect to some other parts of the city, other work I'm doing on behalf of residents, accessibility keeps on coming up as an issue, and so we need to put this at the forefront as a consideration in the work that we do. I appreciate that a number of my colleagues raised this issue and raised questions with staff, and that is going to be part of the engagement going forward, as well as establishing accessibility standards with respect to patios. And so appreciate the amendment and happy to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. And seeing no one else on the queue, I wonder, Kirk, if you could move us to a vote on the amendment that has been forwarded by Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson? Great, that passes unanimously, and yeah, that's great. So moving back, oops. Moving back to the main queue, Councillor Fry, you still have the floor on the main queue.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I'll appreciate the support for this amendment and the intention towards ensuring accessibility for all Vancouverites and, of course, our visitors to our fine city. And I just want to reflect and thank staff for the work that they've been doing in this space, and encourage them to continue doing this work and even better. I've definitely enjoyed the new patio vibes in the city of Vancouver. I'm not sure that I'm even going to go back to indoors, because patios are pretty awesome. And so that's great. And thank you for that. And look forward to this work ongoing. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And Mayor Stewart to the amended motion.
And thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to all involved in this, council, staff, restaurant industry, and the public. Sometimes, you're so numb from what's happening in COVID-19 has been going on for so long that you kind of forget how extraordinary the efforts have been. Starting with we have, in this city, we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, if not the highest of any major city, which is extraordinary. Through all this, though, working with our health authorities, province, and what we've done here at the city, we've managed to do better than many cities around the world, because we've kept our businesses open as best we can, and this initiative has really helped. So really we can't lose sight of just the contribution, not just to the business operation, but the mental health and well-being of our population. I walk around a lot and I see people a lot on patios and have through the pandemic. And just to be able to sit and have a chat, is just so much needed through what we've been going through. Also, the patios that have been in front of nonprofit organizations have also been important, and I hope that all can continue as well, because nobody struggled more through this pandemic than the most vulnerable. So, congratulations to staff for all this. If there is a bit of lemonade out of the lemons, is that this will continue and will forever change how our city looks and operates and feels. So again, congratulations to everybody, and I'll definitely be voting in favor of this report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. We are at the end of the speakers list on this item. So, Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on the amended motion, that would be great. And that is unanimous. That brings us to the end on this item. Thank you, staff. We are now moving on to 1B, our second item, which was held by Councillor Kirby-Yung, referral to public hearing report, zoning and development bylaw amendments to allow patios for liquor manufacturers. We do again have Margaret Wiggins, Deputy General Manager, Strategy and Integrated Planning Engineering Services on the line to introduce this item, and staff from Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, as well as Engineering Services on the line to answer questions.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Council. I'll actually pass to Chris Robertson from Planning to provide any additional context required beyond what we've just covered in item 1A. Thank you.
Chris Robertson, go ahead.
The video. Thank you, Council. Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. In the previous presentation, our items were covered. We're happy to open up the discussion if there are questions or comments. We have Lisa King and Karen Wong here to answer specific questions related to 1B.
Yes, you do have questions. Councillors, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions to staff. Councillor Swanson, you are first.
So this recommendation for 1B, does it just apply to patios that are on privately owned property?
Yes, the simple answer to that is yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you had held this, asked to hold this item from consent. I'm just wondering if you...
I had a question, but it was actually answered when staff did the kind of overview presentation, which touched on both. So I'm fine. Thanks,
Okay.
Chair.
Great, thanks. Thanks very much. So we, Council, are at the point of needing, I'm going to move us to a main queue, and we are looking for a motion.
Happy to move the recommendation.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. And anyone to speak to that? Doesn't look like it. So Clerk, I think you can move us to a vote on this item. And that is unanimous. Thank you, Council, and again, thank you, staff. We are now moving on to our third item, which is entitled the Regal Hotel Injunction and a Notice on Title. We have got Saul Schwebs, Acting Chief Building Official, as well as Grant Murray, Assistant Director of Legal Services, on the line to answer questions. We are also going to hear from Evan Cook, representing the owners of the Regal Hotel. Council, you will be able to ask questions of Mr. Cook, and you will also have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. So, if there are any questions to staff, those would come regarding this report. Those would come first, prior to our speaker. And I am not seeing any councillors on the queue to ask questions of staff at this point. So I would like to proceed with asking Evan Cook, legal representative for the owners of Regal Hotel. Evan Cook, are you on the line or are you in person? Let's see, in person.
Yeah. Sorry, it's Grant Murray. I think it's better if Saul goes first. Saul Schwebs is supposed to state the position of the city, and then Mr. Cook can go afterwards. Mr. Cook's certainly entitled to speak as long as he wants, and I would also suggest that there's no limit as to how many questions or how long the questions can go on from either council to staff or council to Mr. Cook.
Thank you for that clarification, Grant. I appreciate that. And absolutely, it wasn't in my notes to have a speaker from the city first, but yes, please go ahead. So this would be Saul Schwebs, Acting Chief Building Official. Saul Schwebs, are you on the line?
I am. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor, Chair, Councilors. I am Saul Schwebs. My pronouns are he, him. I am Acting Chief Building Official and Interim Director of Inspections and Bylaw Services. We are asking that Council today authorize the Director of Legal Services to commence a legal action or proceeding in relation to the property located at 1046 Granville Street and to seek injunctive relief in that action or proceedings in order to bring the property into compliance with city bylaws. And we also ask that the city clerk be directed to file a notice a notice in the Land Title Office pursuant to Section 336D of the Vancouver Charter in relation to that same property, indicating that Council has adopted a resolution relating to the property because there are building bylaw violations we consider amount to an unsafe condition, and the further information respecting this resolution may be inspected at the offices of the city clerk. The building at 1046 Granville Street is known as the Regal Hotel. It is an SRO as designated under the single room accommodation bylaw. It was built in 1910 and contains 82 units. It's currently owned by the Regal 80 Management Corporation. During an inspection of the building by city staff in May 2018, a district building inspector observed that there was only one compliant egress from the top floor of the building that complied with the Vancouver Building Bylaw. The Vancouver Building Bylaw requires that there be at least two means of the residential floor. The fact that there was only one exit from the top floor represents an unsafe condition for the occupants of that floor. The owner agreed to make the improvements necessary to provide the second means of exit, so no order was issued. And they applied for the necessary permits. The application was made on June 1st, 2018, and the permit was issued July 6, 2018. Subsequent to this, during an inspection on June 13th, 2019, the district building inspector observed structural damage to the floor above the north ground floor commercial retail unit. The structural damage is also considered to be an unsafe condition, which could worsen over time if the repairs were not made in a timely manner. The chief building official issued an order on June 27, 2019, requiring the owners to apply for an amendment to the building permit was issued for the top floor egress to include the repairs necessary at this floor area in the second above the ground floor retail unit. The owner applied for that amendment in November 26, 2019. The city issued a building permit for this work on December 4th, 2019. To date, this work is still not completed. City staff have repeatedly contacted the owner, contractors, consultants about the slow work and pace of work. We acknowledge that the pace of work has accelerated since July. However, during an inspection yesterday, a district building inspector observed that significant work directly related to the life safety of the building occupants remains incomplete at the top floor exit and at the floor above the commercial retail unit. This incomplete work amounts to unsafe conditions that threatens the safety of the building occupants. It should be noted this report was deferred from July 20th at the owner's request for adjournment. In order to expedite the next necessary work, staff are now recommending the city seek a court order requiring the work to be completed in a reasonable time. The Vancouver Charter authorizes the city to seek injunctions to enforce bylaws and authorizes council to direct the clerk to place a notice on title of a property that is not compliant with the law. In the interest of the residents of the building, we are asking council to authorize staff to seek injunctive relief at BC Supreme Court to bring the building in compliance and to place a notice on title to notify prospective purchasers of the bylaw violations that amount to an unsafe condition. Thank you. Be happy to take it.
Happy to take questions. That's great. Councillors, you are able to ask questions at this point? I see no councillors on the queue, however. Oh, wait a second, there are now. Councillors, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. Councillor Swanson, you are first. You may be muted, Councillor Swanson. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Have we ordered a fire watch because of the problems here with the egress?
We have had a fire watch order. Thank you for your question, Councilor. We have had a fire watch ordered in the past. I'm not certain of that. If there is still one in place, I'd be happy to check and report back. Fire watches are usually ordered by the fire chief, so that would be from a different office.
Because it seems like more than 2 years of only having one means of egress. What floor is it?
It's the top floor of the building, and they have made improvements, but it's still not compliant with their bylaws. It's a frustrating situation, to be sure.
Like this 5th or 6th floor, something like that?
I don't recall offhand how many floors the building are. I believe that there are 3 residential floors in the building, so I believe it's the 4th.
You believe what?
I believe it's the 4th floor. I think there are 3 residential floors.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, that sounds pretty bad to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. On to you for questions to staff. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks. I apologize if I'm asking a question you covered, but the audio was a little gravelly, so I just want to confirm and clarify. So this originally was on a council agenda in June, and it got pulled off. Can you go through and clarify why? Because the Regal said that they would take steps to remediate this, but they haven't, and now we're back. Now we're at this step again.
Yeah, it was actually deferred from July 20th council meeting, and that was done at the request of their counsel, who sought an adjournment so that he could be present for the proceedings, to attend the proceedings on July 20th.
So what were we expecting to happen by deferring it July 20th? From the city's view, was there an expectation that more remediation efforts would be made, and it just hasn't happened?
We expected them to we hope that they complete their work in that time. They had, the order was originally issued to repair this floor above the ground floor retail unit in June of 2019. So they've had over 2 years to complete the work. We were hoping that they would complete it in the time that we gave them the adjournment, but it's still not completed.
Okay, so let me see if I get this straight. The subject indicated they would complete the work. They didn't. We had it on a council agenda. We got an indication back that they would move forward with the work. They haven't, and now we're at this point and moving forward with an injunction. And with an injunction, what would the timeline look like? And can this compel this work to happen quickly? Like in brass tacks, what does it really mean in simple layman's terms?
Sorry, it's Grant Murray. I just want to clarify the point about the adjournment. The adjournment was sought by counsel, who will be speaking later today, Evan Cook, because he was unable to attend the last time. We couldn't proceed in those circumstances. And in fact, their notice had only been about a week prior to the hearing. So we adjourned it on that basis, although there were some suggestions that it wouldn't be necessary to reschedule it because all the work would be completed. All the work is now not completed. If we are given instructions to do this, we could commence a proceeding, but it would take some considerable time for this to come. This won't happen quickly. It's even if there was an emergency application made, it would be weeks before any court order were to result from this. But we think it's important that we continue on this path so that the work will get completed in a timely manner.
So the city has to take this next step in order to move forward. That's the view of city legal.
I'm not certain that we would have taken this to council had we known how the building was at this time, but because of all the significant progress. But that being said, there are still reasons to seek an injunction, and there are still reasons to put a 336D order on. I don't want to undermine the fact that there has been some considerable progress on this project since July.
Okay, and we don't think that will get over the finish line and then improve on
Well, I
that
think
progress
our
without
point
this.
would be that we're at the 90-yard line. Why not run the 100 yards, right?
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I'm sure I'll have other questions later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm going to try and phrase this delicately because I mean, obviously, the first and foremost is the risk to life safety, and that is obviously our priority. But I'm curious, if we were to do nothing, notwithstanding the life safety, what is the legal exposure to the city, and what's our responsibility to under the charter or whatever to ensure that this work is done and that buildings are meeting a certain standard?
Sorry, it's Grant Murray. If the 336D notice goes on, then that is sufficient action for the city to shield itself from liability for this, as far as I understand the purpose of 336Ds. They originated out of a case that involved concerns about lack of enforcement by a city council, and that's one of the reasons to propose these. That being said, the primary responsibility for safety in a private property is the private property owner. So I'm not sure that if anything occurred that we would necessarily have liability, but of course the city always has deep pockets, and there tends to be, anytime that there's a catastrophic event, if there is one, the city will very likely be named. But the 336D notice makes the owner aware of it, makes any subsequent purchaser aware of it, and is regarded as a significant step towards enforcement that shields the city from some level of liability. It doesn't, of course, result in it being fixed, but my understanding is that they're on their way to doing that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that legal context, and of course, the priority is life safety for all of us, and thanks to the work that's been going on with our team.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are your questions from councillors. So I am now going to turn to hearing from Evan Cook, the legal representative for the owners of Regal Hotel. Evan Cook, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me clearly?
Right. Yeah, we can. So I just wanted to note for you that I think you understand you do not have a time limit for your comments. However, I do ask that you keep your comments germane to the report. And go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that. I think my comments will actually be relatively brief on this. I think I might start by picking up on something that Mr. Murray said just a minute ago, that this repair work is effectively at the 90-yard line. That's a football analogy, I think. And I think that's quite correct. When this report was written in early July of this year, there was an outstanding condition specifically with respect to structural work that was required as a result of water damage on the second floor of the building. Now, the structural engineer on the project has signed a letter of assurance as recently as 2 days ago, which is in the hands of the city. So the structural work that is the subject of the report is effectively done. And I understand that there is some cosmetic work and some fire separation drywall work that needs to be completed. And I've been advised by my client that that work should be done in the next 2 to 4 weeks. The owners of the property have been advancing this work diligently over the last number of weeks, which I think has been confirmed by Mr. Murray's comments, and I should say the last couple of months. And the second significant issue that was addressed in the report from July was the concern that there was not a second point of egress on the top floor of the building, which I believe is the 5th floor of the building. I understand that the second egress was actually constructed before this report was written, and that the outstanding issues with that egress are related to items as minor as, a lack of colored paint on some stairs and things of that nature, which I'm not dismissing as being unimportant. But the thrust of my submission really is that the owners have been working diligently and spending a lot of money to get these items resolved. And I actually think that the resolutions are unnecessary. Mr. Murray spoke to the fact that it would take a number of weeks to go to court. It's a lot of legal work for the legal department to prepare materials to secure an injunction. I don't think that's necessary given what's been happening with the owners on this property. And further, the notice that will be registered on title if the resolution passes will be discharged within a number of weeks because the work will be done, and then the legal department will have to go through the process of discharging the order that it is, or I'm sorry, the notice that is just registered. And so to some extent, my submission is that these resolutions have become moot as a consequence of the owner's diligence in trying to resolve these things. There's been active correspondence back and forth over the last number of months between the city staff and the point person for the owner and the contractors. And so the work is not entirely done, but I'm told it will be done in the next 2 to 4 weeks, and that some of the delay really is a function of, new twists and turns being thrown at the contractors, dealing in a difficult circumstance of this building because they're attempting to keep it open for the residents and operational while some significant work has been going on, and some other matters like that. And so I guess my primary thought, and these may be questions that the council may want to put to Mr. Schwebs, is the last work that needs to be done is quite minor, and I understand that it will be done before an injunction could even be obtained. And so it seems a bit of a make-work project given the owner's efforts to comply. And so subject to comments or questions from Mayor and Council, I think from my perspective, a question may be why this is going forward despite our efforts to be transparent about what's being done, the progress that's being made, and so forth, because I just don't really see a need for this final push with an injunction when the work is likely to be done before an injunctive order could be made. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you don't mind, you do have questions from councillors. First, Councillor Dominato, and Councillor Dominato, 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious if you could expand on, you're obviously representing the owners. You've indicated that they've been working diligently over the last number of weeks, and I think now you've said months, to address these concerns. But I'm noting in the report that the chief building official issued an order June 27th, 2019, requiring that repairs be addressed and within 30 days. And yet the owners didn't apply for a permit until late November, it looks like. And then that permit, the amended building permit, was issued within a month by the city. So can you just explain to me what are the delays? What has, if you said they've been working on this diligently, because I don't see that in what's referenced in terms of the timeframes.
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you be specific about what period of delay you're asking about?
I'm referencing page 2 of the report. Chief building official issued an order on June 27th, 2019, requiring the owners to apply for an amendment to BP 2018-02946. That was not done within 30 days. And so I'm curious as to what was the delay in addressing those issues that were raised by the building official.
Well, I would say first that I was not involved in 2019 or 2020 with this building or this owner on these issues. But my understanding is that the principal shareholder of the corporate owner around this time was moved into a long-term care facility and died late in 2019, or perhaps early 2020, if I have my timing right. And so I understand that there were some, well, it's a corporate owner, there were some family issues that were going on and obviously taking priority. And so I don't think that there's an attempt today to make an excuse for the delay in 2019 and getting this work going. But what I would say is that from the time that the representative of the corporation, not the owners, but the representative of the owners became aware of the report and the city's attention to enforcement, there's been a strong effort in the last July, August, and September of this year to get this work done. Now, I have been advised that there was difficulty in securing contractors during COVID, that the nature of this building and its occupants has made it a difficult work environment, and also that some of the structural work that has been done has opened up walls, opened up floors, and revealed, complex and ancient services, water, electrical, and so forth, that has required some fairly creative work on the part of the contractors. But all of that, I think, precedes July 2021, and more recently, there's simply been a push towards getting the work done. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah,
Thank you, it does.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes to ask questions.
Yeah, thanks. So, unlike you, I've been involved with these owners and their buildings for 30 or 40 years. So, and they have quite the reputation of ignoring requests for decent maintenance standards. So, why should we believe that that they're going to actually complete the work now, given their reputation and given the fact that it's already been 2 years since they've been asked to do this and it still isn't done?
Well, Councillor Swanson, I'm aware of the reputation that you're referring to. You may remember I was counsel with respect to the Regent and Balmoral Hotel matters, and I appeared before council on those matters. And I think that the hope from the family at that time was that coming to a resolution of those matters would result in the turning over of a new leaf in the relationship between the family and the city. And I think that the representative of the family that guided that process is also now at the helm guiding this process. And so, I understand the concern with the delay in 2019 and the history here, but I think the reason why the city could have some confidence that the work will be completed would be based on Mr. Murray's comment that we're at the 90-yard line. I mean, between July and now, they've gone from, not working on it to having the work 90% complete in a fairly short time frame, and have advised me, at least, that they have an intention to finish within the next 2 to 4 weeks. And so one thought I have, if council is concerned about follow-through, might be that the resolutions could be paired with an instruction to staff that no action be taken to implement the resolutions for a period of 4 weeks. And at that point, if the work is done, there's no need to register a notice on title, there's no need to seek an injunction, and therefore there's no need to instruct staff to embark on a make-work project. And if it's not done, then the resolutions are in place.
If the owner intends to do the work, why would you oppose us going ahead and getting an injunction?
Well, I suppose it's moot. It's an exercise that isn't really necessary, and I think that there's a relationship issue here between a significant property owner and the city, where the effort has been made, the structural engineer has signed off on it. We're down to colored paint and insulation, and the city is pressing forward potentially with an attempt to secure a court injunction, which comes along with cost for everybody and bad press and all kinds of other things. And I think it's just unnecessary at this point. And I think that the motivation for pushing this may well be the history and not the current circumstance.
But it's still been 2 years. That seems fairly current to me. Like, why did it take 2 years to do this, even if we're done today?
I can repeat the answer I've already given, but my thought is that 90% of the work has been done in the last 2.5 months, with a very small amount of work to be done. and I've spoken to the fact that Mrs. Sahota Sr. fell ill in the summer of 2019. I believe she had her leg amputated in August of 2019 and died in January of 2020. And so the delays there, I think, speak for themselves. And then I do understand that the issuance of the report and the enforcement in the spring, summer of 2021 did draw the attention of the owner's representative to this problem. But I think I've spoken to that issue.
Yes, thank you. And that is well over your time, Councillor Swanson. I'm just going to remind councillors that it's 3 minutes to ask questions.
Sorry, it's Grant Murray. There's no limit on questions. Okay. Yeah, I thought that I had made that clear at the beginning, but perhaps I was unclear.
Right. Certainly, I know there's no limit on the speakers, but yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Grant. I appreciate that. So, Councillor Swanson, are you completed your questions?
I'm done, thanks.
Okay, fine. Councillor Kirby-Yung, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to follow up on the earlier question from Councillor Dominato, and you had mentioned, with respect to the timeline, and you mentioned the amount of activity in sort of the 3 months and sort of other challenges there and difficulty of getting contractors, for example, during COVID. But I noticed that this order was originally issued at the end of June 2019, and we didn't start dealing with COVID until March 2020, which is a fairly reasonable period of time. So you're looking at 6, 7, 8 plus months there. So again, I'm just, maybe perhaps you can give me some perspective. I'm just trying to reconcile what appears to be undue delays on doing the timing, because the order June 27, 2019, and we're now sitting here at September 22nd, 2021, more than a full 2 years later on, and a lot of time pre-COVID. Can you advise?
I don't know that I have much more to say than what I've already said about the delays through the end of 2019 and the death of the owner in early 2020. But you know, simultaneous with this, the owner was also in the process of negotiating back and forth and dealing with court processes on the Regent and Balmoral matters with the City of Vancouver. And so this is the same family and different corporate ownership structure. But then quickly in March of 2020, so 2 months after the owner died, and we're in the middle of an estate process, there is COVID hitting. And I do understand from the owner's representative that they had considerable difficulty through 2020 in securing contractors to work in a densely occupied building, an SRO building, with many complicating factors. So I would simply say that the death of the owner and COVID were the initial delays, and I don't know that that's a complete answer, but the point, I think, should be at this point that if the objective of the resolutions is to get the work done, it's 90% done. There's been structural sign-off on the structural concern that is the subject of the report. There's a second egress, which is the other significant focus of the report. And so my concern, I suppose, is that if the substance of the work that is the subject of the report is effectively done, the decision to then go off to court to get an injunction appears more punitive than it does goal-oriented, in the sense that there's an actual concern to be addressed.
So one follow-up question. Do you have confirmation from your client when the work will be completed, irrespective of the injunction? What is the planned date to complete the work? Is there one?
Well, as I've said, my client has advised that the work could be done in between 2 and 4 weeks. And I believe there's been a request to staff for an itemized list of the fine detail items that still need to be done. But we have sign-off by the structural engineer, and there is a second egress that I understand was actually completed in 2019. So it was done long before the report was written. And so I think there is, according to correspondence I've seen with Mr. Schwebs and my client, there is a 2-hour fire separation wall that needs to be completed, which was, I think, opened up and removed as part of the structural work. And so that needs to get done. And I understand that on the top floor, we need things like yellow paint on some of the stairs and some other very minor items. And we're waiting on a list of those minor things. But I do understand that it can all be done in under 30 days, which is sooner than we could get in front of a judge.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. And that is it for questions. I very much appreciate you taking the time to answer those questions. Council, I'm looking now for someone to move a motion. Councillor Swanson?
Move the recommendations.
I'm going to move you to the main queue. Just 1 second. Yes, go ahead. You're moving.
I move the recommendations.
Okay. So we are on to a debate on this matter. I'm not seeing any councillors on the queue to debate. Give you a second more. So I think that your questions have obviously been answered. There's no one on the line to debate. Madam Clerk, you can move us to a vote on this. These are the recommendations that's in the report. That has been passed unanimously. So thank you very much. Appreciate the speaker. Thank you, staff. And that concludes this item. So we have 40 minutes before we get to our lunch break, Council. I remind you that items 3 and 4 have been passed on consent. So we have completed the original agenda for this meeting, and we are now on to referred items. So these are the 3 items referred from yesterday's council meeting. I'm just going to go over some of the rules around this. I think you're all familiar, but it's our first time back in committee. Just a reminder again that amendments are brought forward. If any amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before you introduce it. And again, just reminding you, Council, that final written form means that that you have shown the words that are stricken out and that you have highlighted words that have been added to any motion. Before we begin, I want to remind speakers they have 5 minutes to make their comments to council. Speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Council, you have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers, as you know, are under no obligation to respond. And I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list, I will go back through the speakers list of those who were not present when their name was originally called and provide them with the opportunity to speak. So we are on to the first referred item, which is the motion, previously motion B3, acting on the climate emergency by opposing the Tilbury LNG Phase 2 expansion project, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Swanson. Council, I would normally go straight into hearing from speakers on this item. We do have some on the line, but I note that you have 2 of you are on the list to speak, so I'm going to, before Councillor Hardwick was Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson first, and I'll add Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead. What is the issue you wish to raise?
That must be a holdover.
Got it. Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
I just have a point of information. Normally we...
A point of information would be a question.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
That is I have a question. Normally that we would be having a council meeting convened after the standing committee, at which point I believe it would be the time to put in an emergency LOA. So my question is, do I do that now or do I wait until later?
The standing committee is not complete, Councillor Hardwick. So we will go through these motions, and then you're absolutely right. At the end, after we have completed the motions that were referred from yesterday, there will be a council meeting, and that will be the appropriate time for you to put it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we are hearing from speakers on the referred motion, which was B3. As I said, it is a motion by Councillor Boyle acting on the climate emergency by opposing the Tilbury LNG Phase 2 expansion project. Speakers will be heard by phone, patched to by moderator when their turn comes up, and our first speaker is Penny Tilby. Clerk, is Penny Tilby on the line?
Speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Okay. How about speaker 2, Peter McCartney?
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 3, Ian Phil?
No, not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 5, Peter van der Velden?
No, not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 6, Judith Brooke?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Very clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak before you. My name is Judith Brooke, and I am a resident of Metro Vancouver. I am speaking today in strong opposition to any expansion of the Tilbury LNG project. LNG, liquefied natural gas, is anything but natural. The gas is fracked fossil fuel and sourced from northeastern BC. Both our provincial and federal governments have given lip service, but no obvious commitment action to not expanding use of fossil fuel, which is killing our climate, our people, and our biodiversity. Fracking pollutes groundwater and causes earthquakes. This is not news and has been known for a long time. Examples: the state of Oklahoma is America's 5th largest oil producer. A January 2019 Tyee article reported, quote, "The state and northern BC share a well-studied geological phenomenon, unprecedented earthquake activity caused by fluid injection into the ground, mostly wastewater injection in Oklahoma, and massive fracking operations in BC," unquote. A March 2019 Tyee article reported on the 4.6 earthquake that week near oil service city of Red Deer, Alberta. Quote, "Vista Energy, a privately owned oil and gas company, halted its fracking operations west of the city after the company most likely triggered the quake that temporarily shut down power to nearly 5,000 residents. Canada's fracking industry has also triggered thousands of tremors in northern BC and Alberta over the last decade with magnitudes as great as 4.7, unquote. I want the public to understand and realize that FortisBC Energy, FEI, has applied to its regulator, BC Utilities Commission, to allow recovery of construction and operating costs and over $700 million capital expansion from its 1 million BC gas customers. We would be paying for the creation of infrastructure to assist an industry which continues to literally sicken the planet. Neither is there any sense in the physical positioning of this LNG plant. On the river, opposite a jet fuel storage facility, and on the airport's flight path, the LNG Industry Association strongly advises against locating an LNG facility in such a densely populated area or in narrow waterways such as the Fraser, where there is significant marine traffic and human populations. That is precisely where this is. Rather than expansion, a phase-out should be on the table here. Every ton of LNG, when burned, releases at least 3 tons of greenhouse gases into the air. If you reject today's motion to declare this expansion opposition, you as a council are saying you do not believe the world faces an existential crisis with climate change. If you reject today's motion to declare this expansion opposition, you as a council are saying you see no issue with the hundreds of Vancouver residents who died during the June 2021 heat dome event, which has been deemed much more likely to have occurred due to climate change. This council has been a very strong leader in effective climate action, including unanimously endorsing in October 2020 the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and many jurisdictions look to you for your leadership. I personally have quoted City of Vancouver positive actions many times in speaking with other municipalities over the years on the climate's degradation. By your vote today to oppose Tilbury LNG expansion, you are supporting a livable planet for not only those coming after us, but for those currently living with climate change effects, wildfires, rising waters, droughts, smoke, extreme weather, food insecurity, the list goes on. Do the right thing. Speak out against this expansion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. Councillor Boyle, go ahead. Go ahead, up to 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Carr, I'm just interested. Thank you for making the time to sign up and speak. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. Fortis, in a letter to council, suggested that it was premature for Vancouver Council to weigh in on this decision, and that we should wait for the outcome of a variety of these processes. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that point about whether we should wait, whether it's premature.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. In no way is the opposition to this project anything that is premature. As everyone with a listening ear has heard around the world, we're in a crisis and we need to take immediate action. The actions we are taking now, as we know, should literally have been taken decades ago. So taking them now is not too soon. It's actually late.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And I will leave my questions there. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time to come to speak with us. It's very, very appreciated.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Council, this item came up rather quickly, and the notice of the two speakers didn't go out in that far of advance to the item coming up. So we have had some speakers join us whose names I've already called. I'm going to go back to the start of the list just because of how quickly this item came up, because speaker one is on the line now. So Penny Tilby.
Right. Yes, good morning. My name is Penny Tilby. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favour of Councillor Boyle's motion to oppose the Tilbury expansion. The rationale for this motion is laid out concisely in the whereas section preceding the motion, and I want to speak to several of these points in a bit more detail. I don't have technical expertise, but I'm a citizen very concerned about the overall impact of the expansion on the province and our city. Vancouver Council has been a leader in addressing the climate crisis we are facing, as witnessed by your endorsement of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which calls for an end to any further investment in new fossil fuel supply projects. The International Energy Agency itself has called for no new production of coal, oil, and gas. If the Tilbury expansion is allowed to go ahead, the increased emissions that result will apparently totally counter the efforts the City of Vancouver is making to reduce our own emissions. Is this project necessary? It appears a major reason for this expansion is to increase LNG exports overseas with no obvious benefit to our communities other than to Fortis shareholders. I think some energy companies are rushing to produce and sell what they can before they find their assets stranded when the world ceases to support or need these industries. The cost of the expansion to communities in BC will also include a huge increase in the number of fracking wells in northern BC, where already fracking has caused much damage to the environment, including polluting enormous amounts of water, creating earthquakes and methane leaks highly damaging to the atmosphere. Canadians are anxious to see a transition from fossil fuels to less destructive alternatives. Common sense suggests it would be better to leave our gas reserves in the ground so they can be used over time by Canadians as needed in the transition to new, greener sources of energy. Another reason to oppose this expansion is the risks involved in building such a huge storage facility and attempting to export such large quantities of flammable gas in enormous tankers through densely populated urban areas. The LNG industry maintains it's confident about the safety of storage facilities and transportation in tankers, but there is increasing evidence that the old standards and computer risk models do not necessarily apply to the present reality of much larger operations. These huge tankers may have difficulty moving and turning in the Fraser River, and an accident so close to the airport with its enormous fuel tanks could be catastrophic. Urban populations in Delta and Richmond are much higher now than when Fortis began its operations there in 1971, meaning any accident would be much more disastrous. The City of Richmond has expressed concern with the proposed volumes of LNG that will be stored should the project be approved. To quote them, "The volatile material poses a risk to the community and Fraser River in terms of spills, accidents, malfunctions, and potential security breaches." They also expressed concern that this expansion is another industrial upgrade, further contributing to the industrialization of the Fraser River estuary and its sensitive ecosystems. Our neighbors in Richmond rely on the ecosystem functions of the estuary to reduce the impacts of flooding and improve the community's quality of life. They're also concerned with the impact of more noise, light, and atmospheric pollution on local wildlife and the community. And finally, as the previous speaker has mentioned, is Fortis's application to offload the $780 million cost of the extra storage capacity being developed primarily for export onto us, its domestic customers. The argument being that there may be occasions in the winter when this extra capacity will be needed locally. Apparently, this is such an unlikely event, estimated, I'm told, to be less than once in 4,000 years, that this attempt is laughable and can only be seen as a way to attempt to improve the company's bottom line at the expense of our energy bills. So for these and many other reasons, I would strongly urge you to support this important motion. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. And I actually, yeah, there's no speakers on the line, but I actually do have a question myself to you. I'm very interested in what you just said, that it is unlikely that extra capacity is needed. I wonder if you could just explain that a little more, because I do understand that that is one of the arguments supposedly in favor of this expansion. So why is it that you are assuming that it is very unlikely extra capacity is needed?
I'm actually relying on the information that Owen Finn, who's going to be speaking later, gathered, which showed that there was one occasion a while back where a very extremely unusual event occurred in northern BC, which did require some extra capacity. It was such an unusual event that according to the data he has, it is highly unlikely to ever be repeated, as I say, over an enormous length of time. Most of that extra capacity is to be both exported out of the country and also to supply some of the ferries, a small proportion of the ferries that we have operating here. So overwhelmingly, the cost of that is for export, which would be, contributing to the profits of the company.
Okay, so you're talking about extra capacity within our domestic needs.
Right, that's the extra capacity of this tank, which supplies, will supply some of our needs locally, but it doesn't need what it has right now meets those needs very well, and it's very unlikely that that extra capacity will ever be needed locally.
Thank you. Appreciate that. You do have questions also from Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thanks. And Chair Carr, your question made me wonder about a question too, which is that one of the arguments that we hear is that you stated most of this expanded capacity would be for export. One of the arguments we hear is that export is a transition fuel in other countries, that it replaces coal and lowers emissions, et cetera. I'm sure you've heard that argument. I wonder if you can speak to the legitimacy of that approach relative to the timeline we have on climate from your expertise.
Well, my understanding is that in many cases, what this LNG does, it doesn't displace coal. It tends to have people use it in favor of moving to greener solutions, which sometimes take more effort and time and can have initial more expense. So over the overall picture, it tends to promote increased emissions over time rather than reducing them.
Okay, that's helpful. And I'll just leave it at that too. Thanks so much for making the time.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Boyle, and thank you. Those are your questions. I very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council. So we're going to move on to, I will, as I say, starting from the top again and just asking the clerk, is Peter McCartney on the line?
He is not on the line.
Okay. Owen Finn?
Yes.
Great. Yes, go ahead. Owen Finn, you have up to 5 minutes to address Council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a slide presentation. My name is Owen Finn. I'm a 43-year resident of Vancouver, and as far as qualifications are concerned, I have a PhD in physical chemistry and MBA in international business, and retired many moons ago as a full partner in the accounting firm of KPMG. So I know a little about business and science. This morning I'm going to talk about the Tilbury expansion, and I will be in favor of Councillor Boyle's motion and supporting it. Thank you. First slide, if I may, please. I can't see what it says, so let me just talk to as if it's there. Tilbury, as it currently stands, let me just fire this up here.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair Carr, I have a point of personal privilege, maybe it is, which is that I can't actually see the slides from the presenter on the screen either. And Chair, I think you might be muted.
Sorry. Yes. I thank you for that point of personal privilege. And I'm asking the clerk if you could just alert me as to when the slides are available.
Just one moment, we're getting those loaded up.
Okay, so if you could just wait for a moment till your slides are loaded, your timer will, of course, be reset.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillors, can you now see those slides? They are up in the chamber. Councillor?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Thanks, Chair Carr.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Tilbury, as it stands, as you know, this is a phased expansion. The phase one expansion in 2019 added a 20,000 ton tank to the original 12,000 ton one that's been there since 1971, acting as a peak shaving service to Vancouver in really cold days when the gas supply was not enough. They had to regasify some of the LNG stored there in order to keep our food cooked and our houses warm. So next slide, please. Shows the preliminary phase 2, and all these gray bits are the expansion, including this big tank with 64,000. Yes?
Sorry, if you could just hold on for 1 second. We're not seeing the advance to slide 2. Clerk, I wonder if you could advise on that. Oh, it is now there. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Owen, but I just want to make sure you're with your slides.
Thanks. I can't see it on screen, so I'm depending on the advancer to do so. Phase 2 tank, 64,000 tons. That's huge, and most of which is designated for export, not for local service at all, except Fortis has made the argument that if the pipeline from the north failed, which it did in 2018, then we would need a large storage tank in order to be able to regasify enough gas to keep Vancouver warm and happy. And there's a big flare on the top left. It's right by the Fraser River. And the jetty, just to allow the tankers to pull up and be filled, is going to be on the top left. So this is a significant expansion. Next slide, please. Maybe you could let me know that the slides have advanced.
It has advanced.
Okay, this is a phased expansion. You can see that the planned expansion is to go to the yellow bar at the bottom to a full 3.8 million tons a year capacity, and most of which is designated for export rather than local consumption. And this is a rather large increase in the liquefaction capacity. Next slide, please. About 174 times the liquefaction capacity that has served Vancouver well for almost 50 years. Next slide, please. And it is an 8 times expansion of the storage capacity of Tilbury for performing, at least as far as we're concerned, much the same function as they have been performing with the current setup since 1971. Next slide. It shows the large tanker. This is one coming into Boston Harbor, which has had the Distri Gas LNG facility, import facility there for quite a long time. These tankers are rather big. Tilbury plans to load about 122 of these every year. It costs the city of Boston, where this is, about $80,000 in special security measures every time one of these pulls into its port. Next slide, please. Back in 2001, a special committee of the U.S. Senate, chaired by none other than Joe Biden, was concerned that LNG plants posed a severe terrorist target, and asked the Sandia National Laboratories to investigate what would happen if we put a hole in an LNG tanker. And they came back with the answer that the LNG would spill out, and because it is very cold, it would combine with water vapor and provide a very cold fog, which would drift wherever the wind blew it. And the committee asked the question, well, how far would it blow it? And they said, well, up to 3,500 meters or 3.5 kilometers on either side, because you can't depend on where the wind's going to be blowing that day, on either side of this tanker. And so the U.S. instituted a rule that said, well, we shouldn't locate LNG facilities any nearer than 3,500 meters or 3.5 kilometers from human populations, because of the risk that this fog, if it caught fire, which it can do fairly easily, would create a fireball more than an explosion of LNG, which will wipe out local populations. So ever since then, the U.S. has not allowed the location of LNG facilities within 3.5 kilometers of significant human populations. Next slide should show the hazard areas on Tilbury to Tidewater, and these are drawn according to the zones that the U.S. government has instituted to affect everybody planning LNG facilities. And the Zone 1, which I call the freeze-dried zone, is the gas is so cold that it would freeze solid any contact with human life or other life within 500 meters of the path of this tanker. The zone 2 would be what they call the French fried zone, which is if it caught fire, everybody within that 1,600 meter either side of the tanker would be burned alive.
Yes.
Zone 3 would be a zone of danger for humans where they would suffer burns, but not entirely fatal. So those are the zones that have
Yeah,
governed.
and you are at time. However, there was a little bit of problem with the slides, etc. So I don't know how many
Yeah.
slides you have left, but
I
can
will have
you
3 slides left.
go ahead, finish those slides, and then you have some
Okay,
questions.
if I can go. The Society of International Gas Tanker and Terminal Operators, SIGTO, says don't locate LNG plants in narrow inland waters with significant commercial, recreation, and ferry traffic. And this is an apt description of the Lower Fraser. Next slide shows that because these LNG tankers will probably be refueled in English Bay and not in the delicate salmon river that the Fraser is, that it's going to affect Vancouver and be a safety hazard for Vancouver. And the second point I want to make is, which I believe further speakers will make, will be the Tilbury's annual emissions will amount to almost 14 million tons, wellhead to wheels, and we should not be approving that in a city that is claiming to be the greenest city and has signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty for Fossil Fuel Infrastructure. Thank you. I'll take any questions now.
Yes, you do have questions. Thank you so much. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for such a detailed and comprehensive presentation. The slides in particular were very helpful. I have 2 questions, and the first is about the argument that this LNG is needed for marine transport and is a sort of greener or transitional fuel for marine transport for ferries and such. I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Clearly, BC Ferries has a contract with Fortis to supply 4 of its LNG dual fuel ferries with LNG, and trucks go every night from Tilbury down to Tsawwassen to fill up 4 small BC Ferries. Apart from that, Fortis has been very slow to realize its ambition to have marine vessels use LNG because it's expensive to have refit tankers with engines that will burn both marine grade diesel and LNG as fuels. The Port of Vancouver conducted a study by Lloyd's where they asked owners and users of the Port of Vancouver for their ambitions on using LNG as a marine fuel, and the answers came back that it was very little. So I'm inclined to view with a grain of salt the idea that this big tank is going to be used to power LNG vessels to ply internationally across the Pacific. The Lloyd study said no, they won't, and I think most of the expansion is going to be dedicated to trying to send LNG into the Asian export market rather than bunker ships in Vancouver with LNG. They just won't be doing it.
Okay, and just to clarify, you said currently LNG gets transported by truck to the ferry terminal, but the image you had of the extraordinarily large red tanker, those aren't currently going through the river. That would be new as part of the expansion that we're discussing?
Correct. The 120 or so visits every year by LNG tankers would be similar to that red tanker, would be pulling up the 21 kilometers inland from Sandheads up to Tilbury and having to negotiate their way back down again through the bends of the river and all the other traffic that would be involved. This would be an extremely dangerous place, Tilbury, to put a world-scale LNG facility in the middle of a metropolitan area, contrary to all known safety regulations. This is just the wrong place. In the flight path to YVR, opposite a jet fuel facility for YVR, only a meter above sea level when it's expected to rise 2 meters by the end of the century. No regulations I know of around the world would allow this to be put in a major metropolitan area like Vancouver, and especially one claiming to be the greenest in the world.
Okay, and
thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle, and thank you very much, Owen, for taking the time not only to speak to us, but to answer questions. Council, we are at 4 minutes before our lunch break. We do have a number of other speakers on the line, not all of them, but a handful. Certainly staff will be contacting speakers to join in. My recommendation is that we do break for lunch. I'm certainly open if somebody wants to extend. It's your prerogative to hear from the speakers, but as I'm saying now, we have a number on the line, and it would mean a rather lengthy extension. I am not seeing a motion. So, Council, we will take our 1 hour lunch break now. We'll get 1 hour and 3 minutes. So we will return at 1 o'clock. Meanwhile, just so you are reassured, staff will reach out to the speakers who are online and the remaining speakers to ensure that they know that they should be calling back at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch.
great. And Councillor Fry?
Copy that, coming through loud and clear.
Great. And Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, sirree.
Great. And Councillor Swanson?
Hi, Leslie.
Hi. We can hear you all just fine.
Testing, this city moderator speaking.
Hi, David. We
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me in the chamber?
Yep. Thanks so much.
Perfect, thanks. Great.
That's correct. We have speaker 2, 5, 11, 14, and 16 on the line.
Okay. And quorum, almost.
We do have quorum now, Chair Carr.
Right. Okay, I'll commence then. Yes, thank you all for rejoining us, both speakers and councillors. We are in the middle of hearing from speakers on referred item acting on the climate emergency by opposing the Tilbury LNG Phase 2 expansion project, which was members' motion B3. We have heard from a few of the speakers, and we are now recommencing with hearing those speakers who are on the line. So Clerk, if you could just advise me, I think you've said we've got two speakers, 2, 5, 11, 14, and 16 on the line. So speaker 2 is Peter McCartney on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then we'll go ahead with, you've got 5 minutes to address council.
Hi, thanks so much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion to oppose Tilbury LNG on the Fraser River. I know you're all well aware of the deadly impacts of climate change in Vancouver and across British Columbia this summer, so I'll spare you some reminders, but I know you've also taken strong action locally and internationally, and I know that Tilbury LNG, this one project, could undermine a lot of the efforts that this council has done with the Climate Emergency Action Plan, being a facility that would have similar carbon emissions as to the entire city of Vancouver. I would encourage you to approach FortisBC's claims with extreme skepticism. The claims on their website and in other media about this project are based in false assumptions, and they withhold crucial information. And so two of the main problems with LNG are where it's coming from and where it's going. And the gas itself is methane gas. It's 86 times worse in the atmosphere while it's there than carbon dioxide, and it has been singled out by the IPCC in their recent Code Red report as a top priority for humanity to reduce these emissions by 75% by 2030 in order to give us a hope, and that's because it's basically a carbon bomb in the atmosphere that causes a lot of warming really, really quickly. And this methane is released in the fracking and processing of gas that would feed into Tilbury. And so when Fortis talks about emissions, it's meaning direct emissions from the plant itself, when the vast majority of these emissions that are associated with the project happen upstream in Northeast BC where the gas is fracked. It also bases its analysis on outdated figures. There's a study on its website claiming that, overall, building Tilbury LNG could reduce 170,000 vehicles worth of emissions, but that study is based on methane information from 2015, and earlier this year, researchers that were partnered with industry and the BC Oil and Gas Commission confirmed what environmentalists have been saying for a long time, and that the methane leakage is actually 1.6 to 2.2 times higher in fracking operations, and that effectively erases any potential benefits of LNG. And so that's where this gas is coming from. Fortis claims that where it's going is what makes the difference in offsetting these massive emissions in British Columbia. It claims that LNG could replace coal or diesel, but that's a very questionable claim. China already has a gas pipeline from Russia, and they have no evidence linking that their gas would be a one-to-one substitute for any coal. It could just as easily go to Japan and displace nuclear, or South Korea. And there's really no evidence behind this talking point that we're going to get Asia off of coal and onto gas. Even if it was a direct substitute, there are cleaner options that exist, like wind, solar power, or green hydrogen. These technologies are available now, and unfortunately what happens when you switch from coal to gas, you are buying new equipment that will last for decades. And so you risk locking in the emissions that are associated with that equipment instead of just simply waiting a couple of years and replacing them, or spending a little more money and replacing them with wind and solar green energy technology. But the truth is, we could switch all of the coal power in the world to gas, and the electricity sector would still produce 5 times more emissions than we need to maintain a safe climate. And so really, this fiddling at the edges of global power systems, even if you take all of Fortis's assumptions on faith, which you shouldn't, is not actually a climate solution that will lead us down the path to maintaining a stable climate. As for marine shipping, there are huge caveats there as well. Over the lifetime of these emissions, which is most relevant, 20 years for people who are experiencing climate impacts. The emissions from LNG and switching from diesel to LNG, it actually makes it worse. It's about 4% worse based on that 20-year time frame, and maximum, all the best assumptions, again, giving them every credit, it's only about a 15% reduction, and that would require a type of engine in these ships that only 90 out of 750 of the ships that run on LNG in the world are currently using. And so for some of these reasons, that's why the World Bank has said there's really limited, if any, role for LNG in global shipping in the future. So Fortis is right that shipping is reducing carbon pollution, but they are wrong that they want to or will or can use LNG to do that. They're trying to make this more complicated than it is. They're asking us to wait for the environmental assessment before making any decisions, but we know that gas production must decline 3% year over year to 2030 and beyond in order for us to maintain a stable climate. And Tilbury LNG would do the opposite of that. It's doing the opposite of what scientists and doctors and residents are telling us, which is that we need to eliminate fossil fuels as fast as possible. So I'm asking you to support this motion in keeping with Vancouver's long tradition of climate advocacy on behalf of its citizens, and oppose the Tilbury LNG project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You do have questions, so if you would stay on the line. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thanks so much. I'm wondering, because I've been, like others, hearing this sort of LNG as a transition fuel replacing coal argument for many years now. If you can speak a bit more to that, whether that's true, how it gets measured, what the decreasing price of solar and China's recent decision around ending coal means for all the shifting factors on that front.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, ultimately, this is a talking point that was created sort of under Premier Christy Clark to try and sell BC LNG to the world, that it's going to be cleaner, we're going to get Asia off of coal, and there's just no evidence. Like, they can't tell us which factories and power plants are going to be switching from coal onto gas. Really, what this means is that the world will be using more fossil fuels and locking in the carbon emissions that are associated with those fossil fuels, instead of replacing them with technologies that are economic and available right now. And so, any time that you're talking about building new gas infrastructure, gas equipment with a lifetime of decades, both here and in the market for these for Fortis's products, you are talking about locking in emissions for decades to come that have that do not help us on this path to net zero and to maintaining a stable climate, which unfortunately is already somewhat out the window. But
can you tell me how a new infrastructure like this storage facility, what's the anticipated lifespan of it? This isn't 10 years and then we phase off natural gas type of project.
Yeah, ultimately, the lifespan of these projects is indefinite. I mean, the storage facility that's been there now has been there since the 50s. And there's no sort of mandated end of lifetime to remove these things. But we've seen these projects tend to last, 50, 60, 70 years before they're removed. And we just can't keep building fossil fuel infrastructure on the expectation that it will continue to export polluting fossil fuels for decades to come. We've seen with coal and oil that companies and regions and communities that have staked their future on these projects have had to immediately reverse course, and then we've seen these fuels have gone, and gas is the next one to go. And so, when they talk about projections of increasing gas demand, those projections are completely out of line with where the world says it needs to go and is actively trying to reduce emissions in that sense, so that it's just completely out of line with what we're going to do. And either we have to tear all these projects out decades before their usable lifetime, or even before they're even paid off, or we cook the climate beyond recognition, and that's not a responsible thing to do.
Okay, great. I'm out of time. Thank you.
You are. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. I do have a few questions too. Peter, if you would stay on the line. You talked about that you see no opportunity for the use of LNG in global shipping. Can you explain that a little more, like where you're getting your information on that and why that would be the case?
Yeah, absolutely. So the World Bank put out a report earlier this year that they looked into whether this LNG could be a transition fuel or even a temporary fuel. And essentially what they found is that it does not reduce emissions anywhere near the scale that is needed for the world. And so there are other alternative technologies for shipping, like hydrogen, that will come online faster, and that marine shipping companies are focused on. We're really looking at zero emissions technologies, not switching from diesel bunker fuel to LNG, which maximum has a 15% reduction, depending on how you look at it, and really over any sort of timeline that's relevant to people that are already experiencing climate impacts over that 20 years that methane lasts in the atmosphere, it's even worse. So that's where I'm getting it from. It's the World Bank.
Okay, thank you for that. Second question, you just mentioned around hydrogen, regarding in terms of the World Bank, hydrogen is considered as a better option. Now, there's different kinds of hydrogen. There's green hydrogen, which I think you mentioned, versus blue, gray, black, etc. But could you explain to me why green hydrogen is really the only it's the climate friendliest solution?
Yeah, definitely. So green hydrogen is hydrogen that's made from renewable energy. It's just electrolysis. You run a current through water and it creates hydrogen. Whereas blue or fossil hydrogen is actually made from the same methane gas that these companies are trying to export to the world. And the proposition is that they're going to do carbon capture and storage with the emissions of that gas, but that process actually also takes a lot of extra power, and so therefore requires more gas to create this blue hydrogen. And that is what those emissions from fracking is what makes fossil hydrogen so much more of a polluting fuel than green hydrogen.
Okay, that's good. And that's it for my time. So thank you very much for not only speaking, but answering questions. Very much appreciate it. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Clerk, can you advise us to what the beeping sound is? Is that a problem for us?
We're just looking into it. We'll let you know.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And is the next person on the line speaker 5, Peter van der Velden?
Correct.
Peter van der Velden?
I'm here.
Go ahead. Yep, great. Thank you. We can hear you clearly. Up to 5 minutes you have to speak to council.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much for having me and giving me the opportunity to speak in support of opposing the Tilbury LNG expansion proposals. You've all heard about the dangers of methane gas, LNG, and the fracking industry. I'd like to thank all the other speakers that have spoken so well so far. Rather than repeat a lot of what's been covered, I would like to add a few points. I'd like to emphasize the inherent dangers of the Tilbury LNG plant and the proposed jetty. This plant has grown just bit by bit and has largely avoided public scrutiny because of this ad hoc approach. Fortis and the provincial government are really well aware of this. The proposals to increase capacity and build a jetty for international export put our communities at risk on a much larger scale than the 3 zones discussed. These proposals don't just ignore international safety standards or our climate commitments. Our provincial and federal governments are allowing Fortis to build what amounts to the perfect storm. Directly opposed on the riverbank to the proposed projects lie the jet fuel tanks of the Port of Vancouver. These tanks can hold 85,000 liters of highly flammable jet fuel. The jetty built just opposite has ships navigate a 180-degree turn in this narrow river directly in line with these fuel tanks. The ships hold methane gas that's compressed to a volume 1/600th of its natural state. So you can imagine what that means when they talk about a potential fireball. A potential fireball in this location isn't just restricted to the 3 zones that Ian Finn earlier described. The tank farm is within zones 1 and 2. If it is ignited, the damage would be so far-reaching it isn't even possible to contemplate the effects. The smallest of human error or accident could cause an event unlike any we've witnessed before. It's really a travesty that our governments are actually even considering these proposals. I'm asking you to make sure we've learned from things like the Halifax explosion and more recently the fertilizer fiasco in Beirut. Please follow the City of Richmond and show the kind of leadership we need and don't support the proposals for LNG expansion at the Tilbury terminal. Really, the well-being of our communities depends on you. Vancouver will be swept up with any repercussions from such an accident. And, we just cannot continue to let economics override any health and welfare issues of our communities. Thank you. That's all I'd like to say.
Well, thank you. You don't have any questions, but you expressed yourself very clearly, so very much appreciate your taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure.
Okay. Clerk, I'm just looking at speaker 07 on the line, Lori Parkinson.
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. We can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is Lori Parkinson, and I live in Metro Vancouver. I have a master's in biology, so I know science. Fortis wants to hugely expand its Tilbury LNG plant on the Fraser River. They tell us reassuring things about LNG. One, it will help Asia stop burning coal. Two, it's a bridge fuel to renewables. However, Jonathan Wilkinson, our federal environment minister, doesn't agree with Fortis on this. On September the 8th, I watched a debate Mr. Wilkinson took part in. The debate was recorded. When Mr. Wilkinson was asked about LNG, he said 2 significant things. One, there is no way to know if LNG will replace coal. 2, LNG could just as easily replace renewables, and he said that's not good. So what's LNG anyway? LNG is supercooled liquefied methane. Methane is the main gas in natural gas that you probably heat your house with. In terms of global heating, methane is scary. As Peter McCartney just said, methane is a much worse greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. You may say, okay, but we burn all the natural gas that we get out of the ground. You'd think so, but no. There are lots of methane leaks from natural gas wells and from natural gas pipelines, both purposeful leaks and accidental leaks. Satellites in space now trace the paths of natural gas pipeline from these leaks. The problem of methane leaking into the air is so big that methane is now responsible for 25% of our global heating. The Tilbury expansion's LNG production would be supplied by about 2,000 new fracking wells. That means lots more methane leaking into the air. More methane leaking into the air equals faster global heating, equals more extreme weather like our heat dome, equals more droughts and floods, equals higher food prices. For example, a week ago, an article in the Vancouver Sun said drought in the Canadian prairies this summer reduced our spring wheat yield by 41% compared to last year. So prices of breakfast cereal and bread will rise, as will prices of beef and chicken. We're doing this to ourselves, folks. So, why use LNG if it won't necessarily replace coal? It's not a bridge fuel to renewables because it may replace renewables. And methane leaks into the air increase global heating by 25%. Well, you'll be told that when natural gas is burned, it produces half the carbon dioxide that coal does. And that's true. However, the 50% lower carbon dioxide emissions are a small gain, since methane leaks increase global heating by 25%. Because of all these leaks, BC LNG produces 27% more greenhouse gas emissions than the best coal burning technology that China or other places in Asia can build. This is a very different story from what very different story from what Fortis is telling you. Please support the motion to reject the Tilbury LNG expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. That was extremely clear in terms of your messaging. You have no questions, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to council.
Okay.
Thank you. We are now on to speaker 9, Mauro Brown. Mauro Brown on the line.
Yep. Hi,
Great.
can you hear me okay?
Very clearly. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you fine. Up to 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Maura Brown. I live and work in the city of Vancouver. I'm a medical doctor, extremely concerned about the climate crisis and the associated health crisis. I am in support of Councillor Boyle's motion B3 to oppose the Tilbury LNG project on the Fraser River Delta. There have been several speakers already who referred to the 6th IPCC report of August 2021, in which the global scientific community declared we must stop burning fossil fuels if we are to stay beneath the safe 1.5 degrees of global warming. The expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure is also incompatible with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, to which I understand the City of Vancouver is a signatory. We have already reached 1.2 degrees of warming, and we are experiencing devastating climate events all over the world. In BC, it's become very obvious in the recent years with increasing intensity of wildfires, heat domes, and droughts. These impacts hit the most vulnerable in our communities the worst, and they're associated with devastating heat-related health concerns and excess emergency visits and deaths related to wildfire smoke exposure. Natural gas is a bit of a misnomer because people think that it means that it's, in quotes, natural, end quotes, and not bad for you. It is a fossil fuel, and as several people have with much more scientific knowledge than me discussed, it is methane predominantly. It's more than 80 times worse than CO2 over a 20-year time span. And I have read a few things from climate scientists that I follow in the U.S. Who also state that using LNG as a bridge fuel to other countries to help them get off coal is a bit of a misrepresentation, and this is because of all the leakage from the source to the transport to the use. And in fact, many other provinces in Canada ban fracking and LNG, Quebec and some of the maritime provinces. So BC is way behind. on that. BC is also one of the worst emitters, along with Alberta, in Canada. And Canada is 12th in the world in greenhouse gas emissions, despite our small population. Some of that is because of our resource-based economy, but rather than putting money into new fossil fuel development, we need to redirect those resources into clean transition, a fair transition that includes everyone. I'm, as well as being a physician, I'm a mom, and I'm really, really worried about the world that we're leaving for our children. So I support this motion, and I hope that the City of Vancouver votes in favor.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind remaining on the line, you have questions?
Yep.
Yeah. Councillor Boyle, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thanks so much. I'm wondering, I know the Coalition of Physicians for the Environment has really been raising the alarm about the health impacts of LNG, and I'm wondering, as a doctor, if there's anything in particular you'd add for council to have on our radar about health impacts, sort of site specific to this project, or the larger air and climate impacts from a health perspective.
Perhaps I can refer you to a website that has been developed by CAPE. So CAPE is the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. The website is unnaturalgas.org. So unnaturalgas, all one word, .org. There'll be, if you read that website, there's some testimonials from physicians that live and work in northeastern BC, which are, that's where a lot of the fracking in BC happens. And devastating health impacts, increased cancer and stillbirths, and there's actually a lot more information there that I can't do it justice by just talking on the phone. But I would suggest that you might look at that website. And in addition to the local effects, there's the global effects of contributing to fossil fuel burning, which when you read the IPCC report, it's not that we don't even really have time. Like, we actually have to stop. We have to switch to green technology. Every single bit of fossil fuel that goes into the air takes us one step closer to 2 degrees. If we pass 2 degrees, then we start getting into really devastating climate scenarios, which I know you guys know about already. Yeah.
Yes, and I'll have a look at the website. I appreciate that, and thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, and yes, thank you very much. That's it for your questions. You were very clear, and appreciate your time in speaking to council.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. I really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. So we are on to speaker 10, Kelly Lau.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you so much. Dear Honorable Mayor and esteemed councillors, my name is Kelly Lau. I'm a young family physician working and living in Vancouver, and I'm a constituent deeply concerned about the environment and the impacts of climate change on my patients. I commend you for voting in favor of the Climate Emergency Action Plan last November, and I urge you to vote in favor of the motion to oppose the Tilbury LNG plant expansion on the Fraser River. As you've already heard from many of our very eloquent speakers, liquefied natural gas and the process to extract it through hydraulic fracturing is an incredibly harmful process, which pollutes the groundwater, soil, and air. 32 different negative health outcomes, including adverse birth outcomes, birth defects, cancers, cardiovascular disease, psychological impacts, and respiratory illnesses have been identified in studies of populations living near fracking sites. One study found mothers who live close to fracking wells are most likely to give birth to a less healthy child, increased cardiac defects, and increased low birth weight. Human health issues were also flagged by some Dawson Creek, BC doctors as a cause for concern after they saw patients with symptoms they couldn't explain, including nosebleeds, respiratory diseases, and rare cancers, such as an unusual number of glioblastoma. This majority of fracking is done in northeast BC, which involves exploitation of Indigenous rights and titles, destroys valuable farmland with abandoned wells, and employs unhealthy fracking chemicals. These Indigenous communities face some of the greatest health burdens of these fracking sites, which brings concern about environmental racism. From a climate perspective, as many of my esteemed speakers have already said, it's the main component of natural gas, and it's a component in greenhouse gas with 86 times the heating impact of carbon dioxide over a 20-year span. A study looking at the escaped methane emissions from oil and gas operations in BC's East region found that they were 22.5 greater than the province reported. I'd like to also point out that methane emissions are exempt from BC's carbon tax. So while some technologies exist to prevent leaks, there has been little incentive for industry to clean up aging infrastructure. A report from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives and the Corporate Mapping Project found that if all proposed LNG projects go ahead, the province will exceed its 2050 climate target by 227%. We really can't afford that. To answer maybe Christine Boyle's question earlier, some of the local health risks are quite tremendous. Tilbury's planned location on a busy, narrow riverway requires that tankers loaded with up to 70,000 tons of liquefied natural gas pass highly populated areas of South Richmond, including a narrow pass from a planned jet fuel facility, presenting serious safety concerns, as many of my other speakers have already explained of explosions very locally, as well as the risk of local methane leaks, which have been found in outdoor large leaks to contribute to increased respiratory diseases, including worsening asthma exacerbations. A few weeks ago, over 200 medical journals published a joint editorial urging governments to tackle the catastrophic harms due to climate change. Deaths in BC caused by heat, wildfires, or floods due to climate change may soon rank in the top 10 causes of death in the province. This summer, I personally saw in my clinic an influx of patients with dehydration, heat exhaustion, and exacerbations of respiratory and cardiac conditions. According to the IPCC sixth assessment report, we must have immediate widespread reductions in greenhouse gas emissions if we are to keep within 1.5 or even 2 degrees of warming to avoid catastrophic consequences for all living beings. This is your chance to oppose new fossil fuel infrastructure in our region. So I would urge you to vote yes on the motion to act on the climate emergency and oppose the Tilbury LNG Phase 2 expansion project. Thank you.
And thank you. That was very clearly presented. There are no questions, but again, very much appreciate your talking to council today. So we are, council, moving on to speaker 11, Doug Slater.
Thank you. My name is Doug Slater, Vice President of External and Indigenous Relations with FortisBC. I want to start by acknowledging that I'm joining from the traditional unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples today. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in regard to Councillor Boyle's motion, which opposes the Tilbury Phase 2 expansion project. I would like to begin by sharing that as the largest energy provider in BC, we recognize the importance of climate action and are committed to doing our part to achieve BC's low-carbon energy future. We are actively working with all levels of government to deliver solutions that will support our
Doug Slater? Clerk, can you advise as to what has happened with the line?
We're just checking. We'll let you.
Okay, council. We'll just wait for a moment.
Chair Carr, the line dropped, and so we're just calling the speaker again.
Okay, we'll just hold on.
Chair Carr, we're going to need a quick recess while we reset the telephone lines in the council chamber.
How long would you advise?
5 minutes?
Okay, councilors, a 5-minute break. See you back at, well, it's a 1:39 and a half, so 1:45.
Will this be posted also, Chair, on the Twitter, the clerk's Twitter?
Clerk, if you can just confirm that that will be posted, that we're just on a break, 5 minutes.
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Yes, we're back online in the chamber, Chair Carr. So whenever you're ready, we're ready here.
That's fine. Is the speaker back online, clerk?
Yes.
Okay. So Doug Slater?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. You spoke for about a minute before the line was dropped, so you have 4 minutes left to go. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just try to pick up where I was left off, but I think where I got cut off was that, just saying that we are committed to doing our part to achieve BC's low carbon future, and we are actively working with all levels of government to deliver solutions that support our shared climate goals. So this includes working with the City of Vancouver, and for example, the city is our largest municipal customer for renewable natural gas and is working together with us on the renewable gas facility at the Vancouver landfill. We're also collaborating with the city and other partners on one of North America's largest deep energy retrofit pilot projects to reduce emissions in the existing residential multifamily building sector. To support provincial targets, FortisBC has also developed its long-term climate strategy called the Clean Growth Pathway to 2050, which aligns with Clean BC and with long-term climate goals. The plan is built on 4 key areas, including transitioning to renewable gas supply in our distribution network, investing in energy efficiency initiatives, developing infrastructure for low-carbon transportation and electric vehicles, and finally providing LNG as a low-carbon fuel to displace coal, marine fuel, and diesel. Under this plan, we made an interim goal to reduce our customers' emissions by 30% by 2030. And we recognize that there is no single solution to the energy transition. Rather, we see a diversified approach leveraging both the gas and electric systems working together to reduce emissions at the lowest reasonable cost. And before addressing the details of the motion, I would like to provide some background on the role of the Tilbury LNG facility in the Lower Mainland. So for nearly 50 years, Tilbury has been at the heart of the Lower Mainland's energy system, storing and delivering energy to over 700,000 homes and businesses during the coldest days of the year when homes and businesses need energy the most for heating and hot water. Due to its ability to effectively store and deliver large volumes of energy, such as in the Tilbury facility, the gas system provides nearly double the energy of the electric system on those cold days. And over time, Tilbury's role has expanded to help meet the needs of local transportation companies like BC Ferries as they switch from higher carbon fuels like diesel to LNG in order to reduce emissions and improve local air quality. So turning to our project, there are 2 distinct components here. The primary purpose for the Tilbury Phase 2 expansion project is to replace the original tank constructed in 1971 with a new larger tank that will help ensure that we can supply energy when it is needed during cold weather and in the event of any gas supply disruption. The storage tank is an important component of a resilient energy system that is transitioning to the delivery of low-carbon fuels like renewable natural gas. The second component of the project involves expanding liquefaction to meet the demand for LNG as a low-carbon fuel to displace coal and marine bunkering fuels locally or abroad. So turning to the motion, I submit to Council that the motion is premature and should be either turned down or deferred for 2 reasons. First, the motion contains a number of inaccurate statements. For instance, the motion contains emissions numbers that are incorrect and contradict what has been filed in our detailed project description with the Environmental Assessment Office. The motion also claims that the project does not align with government policies and regulations and that it is unsafe. These claims as well are incorrect. We've been safely producing and storing LNG at the Tilbury site for 50 years, adhering to extensive federal and provincial safety standards. But this is not the venue, nor is there a process here to settle these facts. The second reason is that the motion itself does not have enough information for Council to make an informed decision. For instance, the motion contains no mention of the benefits of the project. So as a solution, I suggest that deferring the motion and participating in or following along with the EA process is a reasonable solution. This will provide the city with valuable information from which to make an informed decision to either support or oppose the project, and is the most reasonable course of action. The Tilbury Phase 2 expansion is currently at an early stage of the revitalized EA process, which involves rigorous assessment of the project's potential positive and negative impacts, including those areas we say that the motion is inaccurate in. Importantly, the process also provides ongoing opportunities for Indigenous groups, stakeholders like the city, and the public to engage in the process and with FortisBC in order to share concerns and learn more about the project. So we encourage this as the best path forward. And with that, I would like to thank Council for this opportunity, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you very much. And you do have questions. So go ahead, Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Slater. I want to clarify some of your points through questions in referencing the incorrect statements that you suggest the motion includes. So my first question is, can you clarify that when you speak about upstream emissions, you're referring to the production of natural gas in the Northeast derived mostly from fracking for methane gas?
The emissions, so in my statement, what I said was that the, for example, the emissions numbers that were quoted were incorrect. What we filed in our detailed project description with the EAO was the direct emissions, but I would say that that process has a number of components. So, for example, the methodologies for quantifying emissions, what's in and out of scope, and really how the project fits in a net zero future are all things that are part of that EA process, and with which are not yet have not yet been fully canvassed and decided.
So when you suggest that the emissions numbers that I'm quoting are much higher than what you use, do your numbers include upstream emissions?
The numbers that are in our detailed project description are the direct emissions from the project, and they would not include the upstream emissions.
Okay. I have another question, which is Clean BC's current policies leave a gap of 28 to 44% to hit the province's 2030 emission reduction targets. Now, I know you suggest that the project fits within provincial policy, but the province is still trying to figure out how it's going to meet its own target and fill that gap. So I'd be interested to hear on what basis you can assert that Fortis's Tilbury plan fits within the provincial targets when the province itself doesn't know how it's going to hit those 2030 targets.
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you for that. So, obviously at FortisBC, I talked about our clean growth pathway having those 4 sort of key elements with renewable gas, energy efficiency, low carbon transportation, and LNG. Those are sort of the ways in which FortisBC is contributing, and specifically as it relates to LNG. LNG is currently used in the province already as a marine fuel and supports emissions reduction as companies, like BC Ferries switch off of higher carbon fuels like diesel to LNG. And so initiatives like that contribute to Clean BC and to the reduction of emissions locally here, but also abroad.
Okay, I see I'm out of time. I have a number of other questions, but I'm hoping some other councillors can ask them to clarify some of your answers against what we've heard from other speakers.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, so the World Bank has released a study earlier this year that showed that LNG would have a limited role, if any, in decarbonizing the world's cargo fleet. So this research suggests that new public policy supporting LNG as bunker fuel should be avoided, and existing policy support should be reconsidered, and methane emissions should be regulated. So how does this factor into Fortis's suggestion about expanding LNG to support lower carbon marine fuel?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I guess I'll start by saying that, what I can say about, LNG is it is a way to reduce emissions today where other technologies have not been developed. And earlier on in the course of this process, we heard about, hydrogen, for example, and that's an area where FortisBC is obviously very active. But one of the key aspects of heavy duty use of energy, such as marine transportation and other industries, is that they're inherently hard to decarbonize, and they rely at times on energy density, which LNG is a really good fit for. To give you an example of maybe some of the challenges in the future to work out with hydrogen, where methane can be converted into LNG at minus 160 degrees. Hydrogen has to be cooled to liquefy much colder to minus 252 degrees. So it is a much more energy intensive process. And, really when we look at marine transportation, there are very few, if any, other technologies that have been developed to date from which ships can transit the ocean and use the energy that they need to do so. And so, LNG is a really good solution to reduce both greenhouse gases as well as NOx, SOx, and particulate, and improving local air quality. So, just to sort of sum that up, it is the fact that there are few other choices for those really hard to decarbonize industries where LNG is going to play a key role in the future.
So Fortis disagrees with the World Bank.
Well, I can't say if we disagree with the World Bank. I've not read that report myself, but I would say that, it is pretty well known today that the changes in regulation with the International Maritime Organization, and as so far as they relate to sulfur and greenhouse gases, are pushing marine shippers to LNG as a compliance pathway to meet both targets, and that it is effective in doing so.
Is this a 5-minute or a 3?
That's it for your time, Councillor Swanson. Sorry. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to follow on Councillor Swanson's questions, because I had sort of similar line of questions. And in the context of global decarbonization and efforts there, and the ability to have sort of a near-term global impact with LNG, can you speak a little bit to the current export and use of LNG overseas and by other countries that are trying to adopt lower carbon fuel and reduce emissions?
Yeah, so I think that we've talked about the marine sector already, which is a growing sector. There is about my latest information is about 200 LNG powered ships on order, and that will continue to grow use for LNG. As far as other end uses, so I talked about earlier end uses like industrial processes, which are again hard to decarbonize. Processes are relying on LNG in place of coal, for example. FortisBC's customers, have confirmed, confirmed this with us, and we, we sort of see the role, that role of LNG reducing, allowing the fuel switching from higher carbon fuels. As the example I provided, coal and bunker fuel in the marine sector abroad. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor, but maybe throw it back to you if there's a clarifying.
Yeah, no, I think you did, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Dominato?
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Okay, great.
Just a point of privilege.
Up to 3 minutes. Councillor DiGenova, what's your point of privilege?
I just want to make sure you do see me on the queue.
I do. You are. You're on after Councillor Kirby.
I was on after Councillor Swanson. I was knocked off. So just wanted you to know that I am on the queue.
Did not see you on the list, but I do see you now. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 3 minutes. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you may be muted.
It's actually a delay. I can't turn on my own mic sometimes in the chamber. Thanks, though. So question, and I appreciate Fortis speaking to this. I'm always really concerned around the perspective of our First Nations and Indigenous partners in discussions like this. And I wonder if you can speak to, what dialogue or discussions happened with impacted First Nations to date, And B, with respect to the environmental review, what the engagement process is and how centered those voices would be through the EA.
Good question. Thank you for that. So, there is a fairly complex regulatory process, and so maybe I'll just kind of stick to the EA process. So, as part of the EA process, as I mentioned earlier, affected Indigenous groups can choose to participate in the process or follow it along, and as they do, they're able to submit, ask questions, submit evidence, and so on and so forth. There are a number of First Nations groups that are involved in the or have registered in the EA process and have provided feedback to inform the detailed project description to date. And we continue to engage and work with them as part of the Phase 2 project and as part of our other regulatory processes that are ongoing. So, for example.
Maybe specifically, I can jump in. I have limited time, although Councillor Carr, point of privilege, I noticed my time was at 1:15 starting off, and I think that may not have been accurate. My other question is, can you speak to which First Nations, if any, have taken official positions yet or have not with respect to this proposed project?
Well, it is very early on in this project, and so I don't know that any First Nation has taken a position, so to speak, insofar as support or opposition of the project. I imagine that will occur as we go through the project, as some may choose to support and some may not choose to support the project. But to my knowledge, we don't. I don't know, and I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of them either.
Okay, so that is typically an important part of the outcome, or important voice to hear from. Would you say that's fair?
Agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we will hear about that as we go through that process.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby. I'm Councillor DiGenova. Go ahead up.
Thanks very much. I maybe I missed this in Councillor Kirby Young's questions to you, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm wondering if Musqueam First Nation that actually has an interest in this, it's a part of their territory. I'm just wondering, have they taken a position on this yet? Either way, or have they not taken a position?
I don't believe that the Musqueam have taken a position on the project to date. On the Phase 2 EA project is what we're talking about, and so I think my previous statement was accurate.
Okay, and I'm wondering if you could also tell me, I mean, beyond that, so they haven't taken a position through our work and our commitment to being a city of reconciliation, the work we're currently doing with UNDRIP, and the task force that we've created, if Fortis would expect that we would consult with Musqueam ourselves before taking a position on this.
I mean, at the risk of providing advice to the city, I would say it's always a good idea to have conversations. I would say that, just insofar as Fortis BC is concerned, we're also deeply committed to reconciliation, supportive of the implementation of UNDRIP, and we've long had our...
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry I have limited time. I suppose I'm just asking you, if I can, to speak on behalf of Fortis in that, would you expect that if the City of Vancouver was going to take a position on this, that we would consult with the Musqueam first to see what their position was on this?
Yeah, I guess to answer that, I would say it's probably a good idea, and they are also participating in the Phase 2 project, so I think that would be a reasonable course of action.
Thank you very much. That's my question.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. And I actually have some, sorry, I'm just going to set my own timer. I do have some questions too. Actually, Clerk, if you could just set that timer for me, I'd appreciate it. My first question is, can you provide me with an estimate of how much you expect the storage of LNG there to be for local use versus for export?
That's a good question. So as I mentioned earlier, the primary project within the Phase 2 LNG expansion is the storage tank. The storage tank is 3 billion cubic feet, 3 BCF is how we call it. The storage tank is for resiliency primarily. So at all times, FortisBC would maintain a level of at least 2 BCF in that tank in order to be able to span any gas supply disruption and make sure that there's an uninterrupted supply of energy. The remaining BCF adds additional resiliency, but also allows us to access ancillary benefits such as, what the tank has been, historically used for providing peaking gas during periods of cold weather. So that's the primary use. That is what the project is proposed for, and 100% of that storage is proposed for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. My second question is you made a statement about there is a goal here to be part of a low carbon future and to reduce emissions today. What specifically about this project would reduce emissions?
Good question. So I'll speak to the two components of the project. So the tank itself it's not necessarily a project that's aimed at reducing emissions itself. It's part of a larger gas distribution system, which, as I mentioned before, is transitioning increasingly to renewables. And so really its job is to make sure that we have continuous energy supply during those cold periods in the winter and if there's any disruption. The second component of the tank, however, the second component of the Phase 2 project is different, however. It deals with liquefaction to create LNG for use, in different end uses to reduce emissions. And so as discussed earlier, that's in, industry and transportation primarily to displace other higher carbon fuels like coal, bunkering oil, and diesel. And so that's how that project would contribute to, emissions reductions. But the tank, the primary portion, is not an emissions reducing project per se. Now that said, that storage tank is compatible to store renewable natural gas, and renewable natural gas is made throughout BC and Canada and other places, and it's transmitted onto our system. And we're able to accept that. Like one of the benefits of having storage is being able to accept that when it's available and use it when customers need it. So it is compatible with energy use of renewables, and will support the overall system which we're seeking to decarbonize.
Great. Okay, I am out of time, but thank you very much. I appreciate your answering all the questions of councillors and for taking the time to speak to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, clerk is Hannah Campbell, speaker 12 on the line.
We do have speaker 14 on the line. We'll just check and see if they're connected.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
And are you Marianne Rev or Hannah Campbell?
No, I'm Marianne Rev.
Great. Okay, we'll proceed with you. You're speaker 14. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay. My name is Dr. Marianne Rev. I am a retired family physician, and I was a clinical associate professor at UBC's Faculty of Medicine. I'm a member of BC Chapter's Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, and more importantly, I'm a mother and a grandmother. I'm here to speak in support of Councillor Boyle's motion opposing the Tilbury LNG Phase 2 expansion project. We all learned this summer how very connected we are. The heat dome that touched off hundreds, maybe thousands of wildfires across our province and across our nation produced toxic smoke that moved across Canada. I had friends that drove from Vancouver to Georgian Bay in Ontario over several days. Wildfire smoke clouded their vision all the way, they did not open their car windows for fear of breathing in highly polluted air. The southern boundary of Vancouver is on the north arm of the Fraser River that flows to Georgia Strait. The inflow and outflow of the tides twice daily mix our waters, not caring about the boundaries of our municipalities or countries. Think about the location of the Tilbury LNG plant on a narrow waterway opposite a jet fuel storage facility beside fire-prone Burns Bog in a seismically vulnerable region in a highly populated area on a salmon-running river. I remind you that the 2017 Burns Bog fire forced the evacuation of Tilbury Island. There was an explosion and fire at Tilbury in 2017. And in 2014, there was a devastating explosion at the LNG facility in Plymouth, Washington, that forced mass evacuations. It is for this reason that the Society of International Gas Tanker and Terminal Operators recommends a 3.5-kilometer hazard zone around shipping routes and terminals. We share air pollution, we share water pollution, we also share soil pollution. FortisBC applied to expand the Tilbury LNG plant. This expansion would increase the LNG capacity by 50%, which would make it impossible or nearly impossible for BC to reach Clean BC's greenhouse gas emission targets. Tilbury LNG does not align with regional air quality objectives and may release contaminants like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, carbon dioxide, particulate matter, and hydrocarbons into Metro Vancouver's air. I remind the Council that you voted unanimously to implement a United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in March of this year. Vancouver City Council also endorsed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty to end all new exploration and production of coal, oil, and gas. The City of Vancouver also has equity goals. You may think that this list has little connection to the motion, but it does. The expansion will also damage communities, lands, and waterways 700 kilometers north in the Peace River Valley, where the fracking extraction is done. Fracking and leaking methane has sacrificed Northeast BC. This industry has negatively affected the health and safety of especially the Indigenous communities in Northeast BC. It takes place on Indigenous lands without adequate consultation and approval. It has caused a breakdown of communities, resulting in increased social problems and destruction of their territory. Over 85% of natural gas harvested in BC comes from hydraulic fracturing. Millions of liters of water, sand, and toxic chemicals are injected under high pressure to fracture the earth to release gas deposits. The water tailings from fracking are carcinogenic, have endocrine disrupting chemicals, and contain radioactive materials. There are now
Dr. Rev, if you could just wrap, Dr. Rev, you're out of time. If you could just wrap up in a sentence or two, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. There are more than 1,700 medical studies attesting to the health consequences of fracking, and that has already been listed by other speakers. I do want to mention that the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment BC chapter has run a campaign called Unnatural Gas, a Health Hazard, to spark awareness of health consequences of natural gas. To date, industry and government has wittingly or unwittingly not mentioned these facts. It is for this reason that So I would encourage all of you to visit that website, unnaturalgas.org. And for all these reasons, KBC and I oppose the Phase 2 expansion of Tilbury LNG facility.
Great. Thank you. And you do have some questions, so please stay on the line. Councillor DiGenova, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much for sharing your perspective and waiting to speak to this. I'm wondering if you have a perspective, or if you would share your perspective on what we learned through other questions we've asked of other speakers, that the First Nations that we've made a commitment to in being a city of reconciliation may not have taken a position on this, and it is on their territory, at least one nation's territory.
Well, I think it's absolutely crucial that they be involved.
And would you suggest that they be consulted in this?
Absolutely.
By the city? Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank
I mean, you've signed UNDRIP.
Yes. And I happen to be very honored to be on that task force, so that's top of mind to me right now. So thank you very, very much.
That's great. I applaud you for being part of that task force.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiGenova, and thank you, Dr. Rev. Very, very clear in your presentation to us. We really appreciate it. Clerk, is Speaker 15 on the line, Jordan Bowers?
No, not on the line.
Okay, and Speaker 16, Rick Gibbs?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great, we can hear you clearly. Please go ahead to speak to Council, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rick Gibbs. I'm chairman of the board for the Delta Chamber of Commerce. I'm president of Neutron Factory Works in Delta. We build factories. I'm a director on the board for the Industry Training Authority as well, where we get our red trade seals from, or red seal trades from. The Delta Chamber of Commerce represents member businesses across the service, retail, industrial manufacturing, food processing, fishing, and farming sectors in our community. As an international border city and home to Delta Port, Canada's largest container terminal, Delta is a transportation hub and plays a critical role in our country's participation in the global economy. FortisBC's Tilbury LNG plant has been safely operating in the Tilbury Industrial Park since it was first constructed in 1971. It has also been producing LNG for marine customers such as BC Ferries and Seaspan Ferries, and storing LNG to meet the energy needs of existing FortisBC customers here in BC for over a decade. The Tilbury LNG facility has been at the heart of BC's energy system by providing natural gas supply during the winter when current customer demand is at its highest. FortisBC is planning to upgrade their Tilbury facility to enhance the resiliency of its system and meet rising global demand for liquefied natural gas. By adding storage capacity, the company can continue to provide energy to customers when they need it most during the winter. Federally, Canada plays a key role in leading the transition away from high carbon emission fuels to meet new global shipping emission regulations. As the global shipping industry emits more GHGs than all of Canada combined, LNG from Tilbury is one of the ways in which BC can make the greatest impact on reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. Compared to other marine fuels, LNG from Tilbury can reduce air pollutants and GHG emissions by up to 27%, depending on the engine used. Ocean-going ships are one of the largest sources of air pollutants, like sulfur oxides, in the region. LNG from Tilbury can lower ship exhaust emissions of sulfur oxides to almost zero, nitrogen oxides by up to 95% for diesel cycle engines, up to 85% for auto cycle engines, and particulate matter by up to 99%. This change in marine fuel types has a direct and positive impact on the air quality and therefore quality of life for Delta residents. Finally, and critically, we want to emphasize that FortisBC has a solid history of safe operations at its Tilbury LNG plant. As noted in the June 2020 staff report to Mayor and Council, FortisBC and Delta Fire and Emergency Services have a long-standing relationship related to the Tilbury LNG facility dating back to its original construction, and has included regular reviews of FortisBC's fire safety plan for the site over the years as the facility has evolved and ongoing participation in its emergency exercises. As mentioned in the report, there have been no major incidents, and FortisBC will be actively consulting with Delta Fire and Emergency Services throughout the environmental assessment process for the proposed Tilbury Marine Jetty project. The Delta Chamber of Commerce represents businesses in our community, and we support FortisBC's application to move to newer, even safer facilities and to provide a reliable and resilient natural gas supply to its customers. As all levels of government and industry work towards net zero emission goals, we endorse this project as part of the transition process, providing a cleaner, lower emission interim fuel source, which will assist the marine transportation industry as it transitions its infrastructure systems, vessels, and vehicles to net zero emissions alternatives in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Very clear in your speaking to council. There are no questions for you, but again, I appreciate your attendance here. That does take us to the end of the list, council, for speakers, but I am going to go through the list and read the names of I think it was just 2 people who were have not yet spoken. So I will read speaker 12, Hannah Campbell. You're on the line. Or speaker 15, Jordan Bowers. And clerk, are either of them on the line?
No.
All right, then we have completed that list, and we are now, we obviously have this has been moved and seconded already, so we are into debate. And Councillor DiGenova. I'm sorry, Councillor DiGenova, I'm just going to move you to the main queue. It'll just take me a second to do that. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to the motion.
Thanks very much. And I'd actually just sent in a motion on this.
You mean an amendment?
Well, it's an amendment, but it is a motion in itself. All amendments are motions. And I will read the motion because this is information that's new to me that just came through hearing from the speakers. And, I'd asked a few questions. I did listen to speakers this morning while I did have a leave of absence, but was able to listen to the majority of that, and also just wanted to note that I had checked with the clerk and I am eligible to vote, but also understanding this is a very important issue to many of the speakers here, but it's a larger conversation, I think, also beyond the City of Vancouver. And certainly with our commitment as the City of Reconciliation, with our commitment to our relationships with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and understanding right now as we move forward with that via the UNDRIP task force that, myself, Councillor Boyle is chair, Chair Carr, I know you're on that committee as well as Councillor Swanson. It's very important to me that we understand their position before moving forward with our own. I think that these are the things that we must do to continue our relationship and our commitment to being a City of Reconciliation. So for that reason, I put forward a motion that states that Council postpone making any decision on the motion acting on the climate emergency by opposing the Tilbury LNG until such a time that Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations have taken a position or positions on the proposed Tilbury LNG project and pending completion of the environmental assessment. Further, the Council direct the appropriate staff to consult with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations on the matter of Tilbury LNG. And I think that I've pretty much summarized, and it's self-explanatory why I'm putting this forward, but even asking a speaker who called to speak in support of this motion, and I appreciate that Councillor Boyle, you're bringing forward, this conversation as we have all committed to taking action to address the climate emergency. At the same time, I want to make sure we're not going backwards in the actions that we're taking to our commitment to being a City of Reconciliation. So, and asking that speaker if they felt we should be consulting with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. Hearing that they agreed with that, I drafted this up. So I do hope there's support for this, and I hope that this can come quite quickly. I don't want to force any of the nations to make a decision, but I do think that it would be at least prudent of us to ask them if they have a position before making our own, especially considering Musqueam, it directly affects their territory. Thank you.
Yeah, so Councilor DiGenova, is this a strike and replace motion?
Yes, that's what.
Okay.
That's why I had
I see.
noted
I see
its
you've got your
motion.
wording, but Councilor DiGenova, I'm speaking. You don't speak when I'm speaking. Normally, what I would be requiring of all councilors is that you would strike out the language that you are replacing. I am accepting that this is a strike and replace, but just so all council is aware, when you are speaking to an amendment or to a motion, and especially an amendment, which this is, that you strike out the language you don't want, and then you highlight in a color the language that is replacing it. That is the format that I've asked at the beginning of every meeting that you follow, and it's the format that all of us as chairs are asking you to follow. So please remember that in the future. This is a strike and replace motion or an amendment that strikes and replaces the current language. Council, I just want everybody to be clear on that. So speaking to this. Do you have a point of
I just wanted to thank you for
you just still have some
accepting it.
time.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for accepting it and apologize. As you know, this is a bit of a new process for us, Chair Carr, but I appreciate you accepting it in its current form, and I will note that for future meetings.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Boyle to this amendment.
Mr. Carr, I appreciate the intention of this, but I actually think it's not our responsibility as a council to engage the nations. It is absolutely important. And it is the responsibility of Fortis and of the provincial process to be doing that work. And they are doing that work. And there's a likelihood that the three nations on which Vancouver unceded territory we sit and meet, that they won't necessarily all agree on it. There also are outcomes often in these situations where a nation doesn't take a position for or opposed, but signs or negotiates for a benefit agreement, so that if the project goes ahead, they would see some benefit for it, which isn't an endorsement of the project, but a protection of their people and territory in ensuring some shared benefits. So all of that happens during the process, as it absolutely should. But I still feel strongly that it's appropriate for Vancouver to have our own say. We have nation-to-nation relationships, and so we can make a decision on this. Well, those, again, absolutely critical processes take place alongside us doing our own due diligence and good governance in staying in line with commitments that we've made around climate and around the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and in making decisions that protect the health and safety of our residents who continue to feel the devastating impacts of inadequate action on climate change.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Wiebe, up to 5 minutes. And I'm sorry, I don't have you all on the amendment queue. Actually, I'm going to move you. Just 1 second, Councillor Wiebe. So I am going to put you and second. And was it Councillor Dominato who was on? Councillor
Yes,
Wiebe.
Chair. I was after Councillor Wiebe.
Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe. Up to 5.
Yeah, I will not be supporting the amendment. I agree with the comments prior. I also recognize that there has been a lot of consultation. The Tsawwassen First Nations have been very involved in this project, and I recognize that that's not a part of this motion. However, recognizing that the lands of Tilbury are different than the unceded lands that we're currently hosting this meeting on. And so for myself, I won't be supporting this. I recognize that it is up to the group and there has been a lot of consultation, and part of the process is working with the First Nations. And so I think this has already been done and will continue to happen, so I won't be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, thanks, Chair. And just briefly, in the interest of time, I will support this postponement, not only in light of the need for consultation with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, but also with respect to the process. There will be an environmental assessment process that needs to unfold here. And the municipality of Delta, where Tilbury is located, has not taken a formal position on this. They are actually waiting to have that process unfold because there'll be an enormous amount of information disseminated as part of the process, the EA process. And so I think it would be wise to heed that, and that's what this postponement does, is to indicate that we would postpone any kind of decision pending the EA process.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor Swanson.
Yeah.
Go ahead, up to 5.
So I won't be supporting this. We have a tremendous amount of information now. We know that we've got to cut our GHG emissions, and we know that LNG creates GHG emissions. And we know that we don't have much time to do this. So I think it's urgent. And the other thing, to postpone our decision until completion of the environmental assessment seems ridiculous. I would think that we would put forward some sort of decision before the environmental assessment was completed so we could be part of that. And I'm sure that the Three Nations will consider this important and put forward their positions too, and that's great. And but I think we need to take a leadership role here and oppose this GHG emitting dangerous project.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova.
I'll be very brief. I just wanted to say that I feel very strongly about this, and I appreciate Councillor Boyle's commitment to bringing this forward to our council. But I do think that it's very important that we continue on with our commitments with the First Nations that we have promised through. We don't stop moving forward, or we shouldn't stop and consider ourselves a city of reconciliation. We have to continue working at that. We're committed to that, and I'm committed to that. And one of the things we've heard consistently from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation when they've come to speak to us at council, when they've worked with our staff, is that they appreciate and want to be a part of the decisions we make, that they want to sit around the table with us. They want us to work together collaboratively, and to not ask them how they feel about this without making a position is something that I believe would equate to, in my opinion, picking and choosing when we include them. And I think that they need to be included in all of our decisions. So for that reason, I will be supporting this postponement, and I would hope it wouldn't need to be very long, but that would be up to them. So because of my commitment to that, I urge my colleagues to consider this and to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. And that takes us to the end of the speakers to this amendment. Clerk, if you could take us to a vote on this amendment by Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova, do you need a vote assist?
I voted twice. Has it worked yet? Thank you.
It did work, and that fails with myself, Councillors Fry, Swanson, Weeb, and Boyle in opposition. So we are now back to the main motion. And I have Councillor Weeb as having the floor. I'm not sure if that's the case. I thought it was Councillor G. Genova, but Councillor Weeb.
Carryover, Chair, from the last.
Got it. Okay, Councillor Dominato, then that's a carryover as well. Councillor Dominato, are you on the list to speak to the motion?
No, I'm not. That's a holdover.
Sorry, Chair, I think that's a holdover, but I will be coming on the queue in just a moment. Yeah.
All right.
I just need-
Councillor Boyle, did you add yourself to this list?
Yes, I am there on purpose.
Thank you.
So I want to speak to the main motion. And I want to begin by saying there's absolutely no room to expand fossil fuel infrastructure. We have long run out of time to consider LNG a transition fuel. 20 or 30 years ago, a case could have been made for natural gas and LNG as a bridge fuel in the transition before us, but the bridge was to now. We've reached the end of that bridge, and now we need to be acting so much more quickly to decarbonize, to move into a zero emission future. Fortis suggested that the motion had some inaccuracies, and so I want to take a moment to directly address some of those claims. Fortis's calculation of the emissions from this project, as we heard from their VP, don't include upstream emissions, which means that they don't count the increased fracking needed to produce the gas, which is bananas. Emissions from fracking for methane gas are significant, and a recent report from the BC government and the BC Oil and Gas Commission confirmed that the methane emission leakage from fracking is 1.6 to 2.2 times higher than even originally estimated. These are emissions directly connected to the storage and export or proposed increased storage and export of LNG, and they can't be ignored. My second clarification is that Fortis's Pathway to 2050 plan sets out a goal of 30% zero carbon fuel supply by 2050, but both the province and the federal government are now acknowledging a need to be net zero by 2050. So Fortis's Pathway to 2050 plan doesn't line up with those provincial and federal goals. Fortis's 30 by 30 plan is a 30% reduction in emissions by 2030, but the provincial target in Clean BC is a 40% reduction by 2030, and the new federal target is 45% or more reduction by 2030. Again, the plans don't line up. My fourth clarification is that, as we heard in discussion earlier, the World Bank has recently released a study that concludes that LNG will have a limited role, if any, in decarbonizing the world's cargo fleet. It is not a transition fuel off of heavier bunker fuel, and certainly not at the scale that's being proposed at this expansion. Fifth, Fortis spoke to public safety measures around its current facility, but the expansion would add significant new risks, particularly related to fueling LNG tankers in the middle of the Fraser River. And again, we heard this from a number of speakers. The Society of International Gas Tankers and Terminal Operators has cautioned against putting LNG terminals at a site like Tilbury because of the significant safety risks of such a narrow passage for such a highly flammable fuel. And finally, Council absolutely shouldn't wait to have our say until sometime down the road when it's far too late to mean anything. Richmond and Port Moody have already voted to oppose this expansion. And we're in a climate emergency. The science couldn't be more clear. This past summer couldn't be more clear. We can't expand fracking. We can't expand LNG. We can't build new fossil fuel infrastructure. The Tilbury LNG expansion is the absolute opposite direction that we need to be moving in. This summer, scientists declared a code red for humanity, and I hope we take that seriously by opposing this LNG expansion.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, I'll just offer some comments. Appreciate that postponement didn't pass. But just going back to my initial comments around the process here is, as was noted by a number of speakers, but also by Fortis and others, is that there is an environmental assessment process that this will go through and it needs to unfold. And I'm sure other councillors have spoken with the municipality of Delta, and they have been engaged with Fortis around Tilbury for a number of years, going back to 2015. And they are intent on seeing that process unfold, and that there will be an opportunity to participate in that process. And so I think that's really important around this decision and this motion. I think the other context to the conversation around LNG is I think we all agree, at least my sense of this council has been that collectively we have supported action on climate response, and we endorsed a motion previously around climate response, and that still holds and stands. And as a city, we are taking some really important steps to address climate response within our own boundaries. However, I think we also need to think about local or global decarbonization and having global impact. And so in the context of this discussion, LNG is not a panacea, and I think we have to be really clear on that. However, it is a near-term alternative to reduce GHGs compared to traditional petroleum-based fuels, particularly used in the marine and shipping sectors, but also in other countries. And so when we talk about global decarbonization and wanting to get to net zero emission objectives, we can have global impact with this. And I think we need to recognize in this conversation that we are a port city. And so every day we have shipping containers and ships coming into our port, and they are using conventional marine fuels, and that has an impact on our local environment. And why are they coming here? Because we are benefiting from, we are the ones purchasing laptops and all these phones that we have and devices that are being made overseas. So I think we need to recognize that we are contributing to part of that challenge. But I do look at this from a pragmatic standpoint. We had an individual write us who's worked in a number of sectors, but wrote us with respect to this motion and indicated that international ships going to and from BC ports emit more total GHG emissions than the entire province combined, and that if ships used LNG from the Tilbury LNG facility, GHG emissions could be reduced by up to 27%. Obviously, we want to move to more cleaner fuels, cleaner energy production, but this is a transition piece. It allows us to reduce emissions now, immediately. And so I think that that is a consideration. And then back to the point about the process. There is an environmental assessment process. It is rigorous. I think we should wait for the outcome of that. There are opportunities to participate in that process. But for those reasons, I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 3 minutes. I mean, sorry, you have 5 minutes. What am I saying? Oh. Councillor Swanson, you may be muted. I'm going to stop your timer.
I got it. Sorry.
That's a problem.
I think we really need to get it into our heads that we can't keep doing things the same old way. We shouldn't be increasing our production and shipping of fracked gas if we want to meet our GHG targets. We already passed the fossil fuel non-proliferation motion. We lost about 480 precious human beings to our heat dome this summer, plus 2 more in the whole town of Lytton. We know that more people will die if we don't act. Fortis says they're keeping us warm. I would agree they're keeping us too warm if we don't stop their GHG emissions. We need to shift that heat source to electricity, solar, and non-GHG sources. We need to start doing this now. If we allow more GHG infrastructure to keep being built, its owners like Fortis will continually argue that they need to keep producing the fossil fuels to maintain the profits from their investments. And this is completely crazy when we have a climate crisis. My jaw was actually dropping with Mr. Finn's presentation about the dangers of the plant expansion. He said that in the US, they don't let LNG plants happen within 3,500 meters of people, basically, because it's so dangerous. And that the LNG Industry Association says, quote, LNG plants should not locate in narrow inland waterways with significant commercial, recreational, and ferry traffic. End of quote. Basically, they shouldn't locate where this plant is being proposed in the Fraser River. And he said that we'll have 122 huge ships per year transporting this dangerous stuff out the mouth of the Fraser and maybe being refueled in English Bay. Fortis does a nice job of trying to build a good relationship with politicians such as us. I remember back at the Lower Mainland LGA convention where they had a table and they gave us all these actually really nice Argyle socks. But no one from the environmental movement has given us Argyle socks, but I'm going to stick with them. I'm going to stick with the hundreds of emails that we've received from people who are concerned about the climate, who want us to vote to stop GHG, to stop fossil fuel infrastructure. I hope we can pass the whole motion. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And on to Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the speakers. I think it was important to have members from Fortis and other organizations come and speak to us to ensure that we do get as much information as possible when making these decisions. I also appreciate the time that some of them took to contact us directly and have conversations with councillors so we can be better informed to make these decisions. A lot of talk today has been on the marine side and how this will change the industry. Vancouver is now home to the Vancouver Marine Center for Climate Excellence, and this was something that was co-created with our very own Vancouver Economic Commission, Brian Buggy. Fortis is one of the members on the steering committee. It brings in a lot of different organizations looking at how we can come up with new climate imperatives and establish Vancouver as a global leader in the decarbonization of the marine and shipping sector. So I look forward to seeing what that work comes out. I don't think that the decision we're making today needs to preclude that. I think we need to actually do this decision and vote for this so that we can push this imperative to look at innovation on how we can support the decarbonization of the marine and shipping sector. Another thing that's been coming up with us at Metro Vancouver, obviously, is we've just put together a new task force that's going to help reinstate the Broad Inlet Environmental Action Program, recognizing that without FREMP, there isn't a coordinated approach to look at the environmental management of the region, especially looking at it from an environmental lens. So I look forward to bringing that together. That will have First Nations at the table to ensure that we do look at projects like this through a more holistic lens. That program has not been available to look and review projects like this since 2013. However, hopefully sooner than later, we will have a body put back together that will have industry, will have all levels of orders of government at a table to look at these projects with the long-term benefits of our citizens and residents, recognizing that we are in a climate emergency and we need to do everything to innovate and get to the levels we need to. So I will be supportive, and I appreciate this conversation happening today.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I believe this would be the appropriate time. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Chair Carr, to ask a point of information to the mover of the motion, if you'll allow it.
Yes, you ask that through me.
Of course. That's why I'm asking. May I? So my point of information would be to Councillor Boyle, and it's specifically Councillor Boyle. Did you speak with the Musqueam Nation before drafting this motion, and did you ask them for their input on what you've brought to council today?
I have spoken with Musqueam Nation. I understand that they're in conversation about the project, and I reached out to them when I first submitted the motion and had another conversation this week. And again, in answer to the question, I would reiterate that it's the responsibility of both the formal provincial process and Fortis to be doing that formal engagement. And I think we're the city to do engagement on our own with each of the nations on individual issues. It would eat up all of the resources of those nations who are working on their own governance and themselves. So I don't think that it's the responsibility of each motion to do that engagement. I didn't want to overstep my bounds on that, but I did reach out just through personal relationships to make sure that those lines of communication were good and clear, even if we don't agree on issues, that we're still talking and collaborating and maintaining good relations. And that's certainly, I think, compatible with passing this motion.
Okay, and may I ask, I don't expect you to speak on behalf of them, but in your another point of information, a follow-up if the chair will allow, did they signal to you that they were supportive of you coming forward with this, or did they voice any concern about the timing of this before they had made a position or taken the time or had the time to review this? Was there any
Councillor Boyle?
conversation about the timing?
Yeah, those weren't formal discussions, and so I'm gonna not try to speak for them in summing up what their statements and positions were on it.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, because of the timing of this, and because we don't have the position specifically of Musqueam, but I think it is important in our commitment as the City of Reconciliation to include Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in these decisions. I think that looking at the UNDRIP task force, I've really been impressed with how thoughtful we are about considering that process and how we're moving forward to make sure we can maximize the work that we can do considering the time constraints we have left in this term. So I'm going to unfortunately not be able to support this or take a position on it right now, so I won't be able to vote in support of this. I will vote in opposition to this motion because I do think that it is important, especially as this affects Musqueam. It is on their territory, and I would hope that in passing this motion, this wouldn't affect our relationships with them, the conversations we've had, and our commitments to include them, and that they know that council is committed to the promises that we've made to them, to being a city of reconciliation and continuing on with that work. I appreciate, Councillor Boyle, that you keep this council apprised of not only current issues, but as your motion says, other councils have taken a position on this. I'm not sure if it was Rob Vagermoff or Mayor Vagermoff at Port Moody who brought this forward. I know a number of other municipalities have brought this forward to their council tables. And I also note, as was brought up, I believe, by Councillor Dominato, that the environmental assessment has not yet been complete. And I believe that we need to not only consider our First Nations in this, but also the city of Delta, and the position they've taken hasn't been this strong. And because of the relations we have at the Metro Vancouver table, for those reasons at this time, I won't be able to support this, but I do appreciate your motions on climate action, and I'm happy that I've been able to support the Climate Emergency Action Plan at Dissolved Council, and we continue to take steps forward on that. Thank you.
That was perfectly timed, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
I won't take that long, and I certainly won't reiterate what others have said. I think when it comes down to it, this is a non-binding vote. This is a statement of commitment and where we stand as a city. Either we believe there's a climate emergency or there's not. And I think this is where we put our money where our mouth is, or our mouth where our money is, or whatever the expression is. I do want to add one other piece, though, that I was surprised my colleague, Councillor Weed, didn't bring up, but we did, and kudos to Councillor Weed for successfully stick handling the Fraser River Estuary commitment through to UBCM this year. We know that the dredging involved to bring in this kind of significant LNG freighter traffic would create a lot of damage to the habitats of the sturgeon and salmon spawning grounds. And I think that's an important consideration as well. Again, non-binding. I think this is a statement of we are as a city, and I'll be supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Fry and councillors. We are at the end of the list of speakers to this topic. So, Clerk, if you could take us to a vote on this this motion, thank you. That vote passes. Those in opposition are Councillors DiGenova, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung. Okay. Yes. So that does take us to the end of that particular motion that was referred. Council, I've had a request come through to me to vary the agenda. The next motion is actually to establish a Friendship City program in the city of Vancouver, which is being submitted by Mayor Stewart. Mayor Stewart is at an appointment that is taking a bit longer and has asked for that to happen, and the clerks are aware of it. They've been in communication with in anticipation of this possibility. They've been in communication with speakers. So I'm actually looking for a motion to vary the agenda.
Point of clarification or point of
Well,
procedure?
there's no really, there's that
Apologies.
point of information, a point of order. Go ahead.
I'm on the queue, so it's a point of order, or sorry, a point of information. It's a question for you. I'm wondering if the speakers to the only other motion, which would be the motion that I'd submitted and that was referred to here from speakers, are on the line. And the reason I ask that is if they weren't anticipating the varying of the agenda, I would actually ask that we have a break and they be notified that the event agenda was varied so they would have time to sign on. Chair Carr,
Yes. Yes,
I'm just wondering if they are on the line, that's my point of information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a reasonable request. And I will ask the clerk to respond. She has been carrying the ball on this behind the scenes. Go ahead, clerk.
We have let speakers for item number 7 know that there was a possibility for the agenda to be varied, but no speakers are on the line at this moment. We are still waiting.
So, how long ago was that, clerk? How long ago were they informed?
Approximately 10 minutes ago.
Okay. And what's the typical amount of time we do the call out in anticipation of a motion or an item coming up to which there are speakers? So what's the normal length of time that we offer speakers advance notice?
We give them 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay. So if we have a motion, I think everybody should excuse me, Councillor DiGenova, I am continuing this conversation.
I'm sorry, I thought I had the floor. I'm sorry,
No.
my apologies. I'm on the queue. So when you're ready for me.
Right. So I'm just informing council that in answer to the question that was previously raised by Councillor DiGenova, to which I am answering, that as you've heard, the speakers were informed 10 minutes ago. We normally give 15 to 30 minutes. If we do end up with a motion to vary the agenda, it would take a 2/3 vote, and I would anticipate that we would need a break to enable the same amount of time notice to the speakers for the following item in order to be fair to those speakers. So that's.
I'd be happy to move a motion to vary the agenda, but I would hope that we would take an extra 15 minutes As the clerk had said, it's usually 15 to 30, and we are varying the item. So we could have a 15-minute break and come back, and I'd be happy to move that motion and
Thank
vary
you,
the
Councillor.
agenda.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. So, councillors, there is a motion to vary the agenda, coupled with a 15-minute break to give notice, due notice. By that point, it would be a 25-minute or so notice to the speakers. So, this does require a 2/3 vote. I'm just going to call a verbal vote on this one.
Councillor Carr, it's
Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
Kirby-Young. I'm on the queue for a point
Yeah.
of procedure
Sorry,
or question about this.
I do see you on the queue now. So, Councillor, yes, Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to propose an alternative motion just in respect for staff and the public's time and the process, and that would be to refer item 6 to the next scheduled council meeting and allow us to continue with the business as opposed to taking an extended break and have staff scrambling trying to reach speakers because we're varying the order. So if procedurally I can do that, I'd like to propose that we refer item 6 to the next scheduled council meeting.
Councillor Kirby-Young, your motion is out of order right now because I'm dealing with another motion. We would have to debate the motion that is now on the floor. This is a motion by Councillor DiGenova, and then
I'm
you may
happy
be
to
back on the
withdraw my
list.
motion.
No, well, your motion's now on the floor.
But it hasn't been voted on.
Just
And
a second, I'm just the clerk is just providing me with a message on this. Clerk, if you could just advise, I was in the process of calling for the vote on this, but I'm just, as I say, if you could just advise as to whether it can be verbally withdrawn after I have moved towards a vote. Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Young, this would, according to the clerk, your motion, alternate motion, as you call it, is actually at this point, because there is a motion on the floor, is an amendment. So I am going to move us to an amendment queue. And at that point, Councillor Kirby-Young, you can, oops, I've got everybody on the floor now. Councillor Boyle, I have you on this amendment queue. Were you on this amendment queue?
Sorry, that was a holdover.
Got it. Councillor DiGenova, are
just
you
wanted to note that I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young's solution to this because I think that it offers
no amendment on the floor yet,
Oh,
Councillor.
sorry. Okay, I thought you.
I'm sorry. If you could
off
just
the
stop talking, please. Councillor DiGenova, there's no amendment on the floor, so unless you're proposing one, I will advance Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarity, I did email it into the clerk, and I would like to propose that council refer item 6 to the next scheduled council meeting.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor speaking to the, that is an amendment. Speaking to the amendment, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I just wanted to note that it was said that I had heard that there was an amendment on the floor already. So my apologies for that, Chair Carr. And then I couldn't take myself off the queue. So I just wanted to say that I support this and tried to withdraw my motion. That wasn't apparently allowed. I didn't really receive a ruling on that. But happy to support this amendment that would replace the other recommendation, because it would at least give speakers that time. I know some of our motions, sometimes they take 10 minutes, sometimes they take 10 hours. That being said, this gives people more of a chance to input and comment on it. And I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young bringing this forward. So for that reason, I will be supporting it.
Okay. I have information has been conveyed to me, Council. So before there's proceed to vote, I think it's pertinent information that I've been informed that the mayor will be back in the meeting in it looks like 11 minutes at 3:15. So you might want to take that into consideration. But we are in the middle of the vote, so we will proceed with this vote. This vote is on an amendment to the motion by Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova is supposed to vary the agenda. This is a motion by Councillor Kirby-Young to refer the next item, item to establish a Friendship City program in the city of Vancouver, to um, the next standing committee meeting. So clerk, we are on a vote, please.
I'm on the queue before you.
You were not on the queue, Ken. We are now in a vote.
I was on the queue, but if
There's
you
no
won't let me
talking in a
be,
vote. Councillor DiGenova, there is no talking in the middle of a vote. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Point of privilege.
We're voting on Kirby Young's motion.
We are voting on Kirby Young's amendment to refer this agenda item. Yes.
Hi, Chair Carr. Just logged into the meeting.
Okay, we are in the middle of a vote, which would be to refer your motion to the next standing committee meeting.
Okay. Can I register a vote?
Yeah.
Please, thank you. Opposition text.
Okay, clerk, if we can bring that forward, please, as a vote assist. Okay, so that amendment fails with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors Fry, Swanson, Hardwick, Weeb, and Boyle in opposition. Great, thank you. Just in the nick of time there. So we are now, I'm moving us back to the main queue. And that main queue was a motion to actually vary the agenda to hear the last motion before the one that would be next on our agenda.
Point of privilege.
And, so Mayor Stewart, since this is your motion, you may want to speak to it. So as I say, the motion, which was by Councillor DiGenova, was to vary the agenda to enable your participation, not anticipating you would be back so quickly. And it would be then to hear the last item, which is effective and equitable staffing for council prior to this one. So you may wish to speak to that. Councillor DiGenova, you're next on the queue. Do you want to just speak?
I was on the queue before, so just was worried that you wouldn't see me there this time, just like last time. So yes, I would. I'd like to withdraw this motion because now the mayor's here. And my intention was obviously to make sure that all council members could participate. And we didn't have a time frame when you had first mentioned this. So the mayor is here now, and hoping that that can be accommodated, that I can withdraw this motion. Thank you.
Okay, clerk, I'm going to ask you two questions. So one is the vote to withdraw. What threshold of vote is needed for that?
That's a unanimous vote that's required.
Okay. Okay, and prior to this discussion about moving or amending the agenda, were the speakers or was the speaker for the upcoming item informed and on the line, or at least was the speaker informed with the normal lead time to be informed of the motion coming up or the item coming up?
The speaker for item 6 is on the line.
Okay, thank you. I think that's good information for all of us. So this would take we have a motion on the floor to withdraw by Councillor DiGenova. It would take a unanimous vote. I'm just going to call yeas and nays for this. All those in favor say yay.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, thank you very much. So we are back to our regular agenda item. Thank you all for your patience and your willingness to consider ensuring that the agenda would enable those who have moved motions to be able to be present. And the clerks too, I appreciate them for the effort to really make this go as in as supportive a way as possible. So we are on the second referred item then, which is item 6, which was previously motion B4, establishing a Friendship City program in the city of Vancouver. It was moved and introduced by Mayor Stewart, seconded by Councillor DiGenova. We will now hear from our one speaker on this motion, and the speaker will be heard by phone patched to by a moderator. So that one speaker is Rick Hurlbut. And clerk, if you can just, well, first of all, Rick Hurlbut, can you hear me? Are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Excellent. We can hear you perfectly. So go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Yes, my name's Rick Hurlbut. I'm a resident of Vancouver. My pronouns are he, him, his. I support this motion. I think it's a brilliant way to create partnerships, build bridges, support other communities. I look at Vancouver, for example, as having North America's second largest Chinatown, and I could envision an organization like Success wanting to sponsor a partnership with another similar Chinatown, whether that's San Francisco, the London Chinatown, Sydney, Australia's Chinatown. It makes a lot of sense to me. I do see this as being more of a community-to-community initiative rather than city-to-city, and I say that because the partnership has to be initiated by a not-for-profit registered society rather than by city council. City council that ends up endorsing this idea that would put it into action, but it's going to come from the community level. Now, I'm a member of Vancouver's LGBTQ2+ society, and I could see where an organization in Vancouver like the Community Center or the Pride Society or the Queer Film Festival wanting to create a bridge in this way with communities in other countries. Where I have a concern is with the resolution part A, subsection 7, and that reads, proposed friendship cities have aligned strategic values, shared economic and cultural values with Vancouver, and have a similar size and geography. As a member of the queer community and knowing how challenged gays and lesbians are around the world, I would not want to limit outreach to a community because their local situation, their laws, their culture, whatever, were extremely homophobic or transphobic. I would like to see this as being an opportunity to enrich and encourage those communities through this kind of a partnership. So I want to be very careful that we don't limit these partnerships because that city, that community may not be as forward thinking as we are here in Vancouver. So I'd like to suggest a slight addition to subsection 7 along the lines of, except where the Friendship City program might help foster an improvement in the social circumstances in either community. So I'd like to see this as, not excluding a destination, a country, a city where they're not in as good a position as we are. I look at a country like Poland, which is a member of the EU, and yet their governance and the influence of the church has led them very much to the right, to the point where now certain cities, provinces within Poland are declaring themselves as LGBT-free zones. This isn't any kind of formal legislated circumstance, but there are about a third of the country has adopted this LGBT-free zone with little notices on the sign as you enter the town. Welcome to Łódź, a LGBT-free zone. So I don't want us to limit reaching out to a gay community organization in Łódź, which is an industrial city in central Poland. beautiful city. I've been there just because the local government is homophobic. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And if you could stay on the line, you do have questions.
All right.
And first, Councillor Kirby-Yung, over to you for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Rick. Nice to hear your voice. Appreciate you being here. Question I have for you, and I appreciate the advocacy for the queer community, but I wanted to sort of go back to you when you're talking about meaningful relationships with other cities. Does it impact your perspective? Like, we've had feedback from staff that have said they don't even have time to write the report right now. Our staff are pretty stretched. We're recovering from a pandemic. We're dealing with the opioid crisis. We've got a large number of issues. And given the fact that the city's involvement would be limited to a letter, and then the staff coming back with sort of an annual report on specific relationships, but no sort of support or engagement would be offered by the city other than that, and it's really left to the community. Do you not think that the city has a role to play, or that we would be better off waiting until we can do this and engage in a meaningful way to, like you say, help shape some of those important and positive social benefits and other outcomes?
Well, I do think that, like I suggested with my proposal, that this motion does need some tweaking. There'll always be a housing issue. There'll always be a homeless issue. There'll always be something that crops up that is, a great social and civic import. I don't know that that's necessarily a reason to put this on the back burner.
But do you think the program would benefit from the city doing more than writing a letter?
I'm not sure I follow your question. I do think that, there's an opportunity here for, let's say that the Vancouver Community Center wanted to, initiate a partnership with a town, a community center in Poland. I think that they would have done the groundwork and have, communicated with that organization in Poland, and that there would already be an understanding at that level between those two organizations before it came before City Council for approval.
Okay, I wish I shared your optimism and enthusiasm, but it seems that maybe another perspective, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on this, is that the Sister City program, which has been more sort of substantive and more formalized, is dormant sort of due to a lack of engagement or kind of initiative or life behind the program, and that will require review as well. Would it make more sense to try to synthesize something that the city can really proudly stand behind?
Well, I was unaware that the Sister City program was in that level of hiatus. I do recognize that the Friendship City program is a bit of an end run around the Sister City program, that it allows more than one partnership within the same country. I know that that's a limit on the Sister City program. So if you feel that there is work to be done with the Sister City program first, that's at your level to decide whether that needs fixing before this is adopted.
Okay, thanks. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. And we have still more questions for you. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Rick, for calling in as well. You referenced, and I know you've been actively involved in a number of nonprofits over the years, but you referenced an indication that potentially this might be of interest to the LGBTQ plus community. Do you think, in your estimation, there would be a lot of uptake by other nonprofits and organizations to participate in such a program?
Well, I do. And again, it depends on how organized our local community or sub-community might be in that regard. I referenced Chinatown because I know that our Chinese Asian community is very well organized, that they have a lot of social organizations that are registered not-for-profit societies, that they may see that there's an opportunity to expand their reach, to benefit from the experience of our Chinatown versus Chinatown halfway around the world, which is why I mentioned Sydney, Australia. but there may be other elements of Vancouver's communities that aren't ready to take that step. You know, our Pride Society and our Queer Film Festival are very well organized and very well funded. Unfortunately, at the moment, our Gay Business Association is rebuilding, and it may not decide that it wants to take on a project like this. You know, the wording of the proposal of the motion is that it be initiated by a not-for-profit society. They're going to be the ones that are going to decide if they're ready for it.
Mm-hmm. Totally, that's great. That's helpful. And just one more question. I think it's touched on a little bit in the motion, but would you think that if there was an interest from a nonprofit in this program, that either the nonprofit or through council, I guess, guidelines, that we would prohibit partnerships with countries and cities where there's concerns around human rights and labor treatment? And there's quite a few countries where this is an issue, whether it be child labor, treatment of employees, crimes against humanity. Like, would be a consideration from your perspective?
I understand your concern because of the optics, that it looks like we're supporting an abusive regime in some way. Where I'm trying to come from this is to say, you know, we've got it really good in this corner of the world, and maybe we want to share the wealth, and this is a way that we can do it. So rather than look at the dire situation in that other community, maybe what we need to be looking at is to say, oh, maybe we can do something to better that situation by partnering.
I think, Rick, so just to be clear, what I heard is it would be from your perspective about lifting up those communities or those partner cities that are part of the program could be part of that.
Absolutely. I think that there's every reason why we would want to share our values with those communities. You know, just because there's child labor issues in, you know, the Indian subcontinent, for example, doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to use our labor laws, our experience with labor, as a means of, you know, rectifying that situation. I realize that involves a lot of heavy lifting, but again, it's going to be initiated by a not-for-profit society at our end, and they're going to be the ones that decide whether they want to take on that heavy lifting.
Super helpful. Thanks for the context, Rick. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And there are some more questions for you, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I'm very aware, as many of us are, that there are some cost constraints that we're facing as a city. We're facing a budget that could be extremely difficult on taxpayers, food renters, and that, and several other areas of our city. And that's only a few months away. I'm wondering if you have any considerations, because what the points that you're making may require some extra due diligence, but on this entire program, would you be in support of this being sort of funded through the city's sponsorship program, where, you know, we would look to people to take donations and maybe fund this with that money, or would you expect this to be a part of our city budget?
But obviously, I'm not intimate with the financial inner workings of City Hall. You know, I try to follow budgets and things like that, but there's so much more going on than the average citizen like myself is going to be aware of. If you say that there's financing options as you described, then so much the better. But, you know, if you're concerned that there are financial constraints because of what COVID has done to the city coffers, then I suggest that you could add an amendment to this motion that says this will not be implemented until such time as XYZ financial goals have been achieved. But, you know, I'd never like to hold back progress, and I see this as progress on the continual excuse that, oh, we just don't have the money for it. Quite frankly, bridges fall down because people say we don't have the money for it.
Thanks very much. I do appreciate the time that you've taken to engage in this today, and for your keen interest in this and other topics in the city of Vancouver. Thanks.
Great, and thanks for your questions, and thank you so much for taking the time to answer those questions from councillors and to speak to council. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So
Thank you.
that takes us to the end of the speakers to this item, and we are now, it's been moved and seconded, as you all know, so we are now into debate. I will move us to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I wonder if through you I could ask a question of staff and the mayor.
Yes, go ahead with your point of information.
The mayor seems to think that this wouldn't take much staff time, but when we got the memo, the staff feedback on our motions, it seemed to indicate that it would take a lot of time. So I'm basically wondering whose version is right.
Certainly I can direct that to the mayor, but as you know, on members' motions, on councillors' motions, we don't normally have staff present. So I don't see anybody that is able to answer that from a staff point of view, with the exception of the city manager, who I actually see. Okay. So the city manager is prepared to answer that, and I'll leave it to the mayor if he wants to answer that as well. Go ahead, city manager.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I am able to speak to that and happy to do so. So yeah, we did provide in the information that we shared with council, we do provide those high level indications of kind of staff impact. I think in this case, and there's a bit of a learning there for us. It's kind of a high, medium, low type rating, and we didn't put much definition around that. So certainly for the clerk's team, as you know, council, the clerk's team is really stretched right now, just given all the other business that they're supporting for council and committees and so on. So it's not something that they would have capacity immediately to act on. In the scheme of implementing new programs, though, if we compare this to, for example, EHT, this is not a high resource demand. So this isn't something that we need lots of money, millions of dollars to implement. It's something that we could do over time. It would just we would need to build in some capacity for the clerk's team to be able to take it on. I think as well, we haven't had the opportunity yet to look at the Toronto program that's been referenced. So being able to leverage that would obviously help a lot. So yeah, happy to provide. I'm glad to have the opportunity to provide a bit of context on what staff have provided there.
Chair, I'm also happy to just jump in quickly.
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't put an implementation date on this motion on purpose because I know we were going through lots of stuff. So I'd leave it to the clerks to decide when they have capacity to do this. Also, we did check with the City of Toronto, and they said staff time dedicated to this, and they've been doing this for a very long time, many years. Really, it is about the equivalent of $5,000 a year of staff time. So I know that's a draw on the clerk's rate now, but it could be, a kind of lower burner type of arrangement that they could, chip away at and then just bring forward whenever they're ready. So that's purposely written into it. And again, there are lots of requests for formal, engagements that have come through my office since I came in 2018, and it is nice to have something to be able to tell the groups and ambassadors or the delegates that we have. So I think it would be a benefit to the city, and that's why I put it forward.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, does that answer your question?
That's good, thanks.
Okay, great. Mayor Stewart, you are next on the list. So I'm just trying to move the clerk. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for somehow, clerk, can you advance? My ability to advance is not working right now. Thank you. And anybody else who wanted to be on that list, I'm sorry. Somehow I wasn't. I advanced. I've got rid of all of you, which is the wrong thing to do. Mayor Stewart, go ahead.
Yeah, again, just apologies for kind of a scrambled afternoon. I got a kind of last minute medical appointment that's not serious, but I had to take, so I apologize for missing earlier today, and thank you for your patience on this motion. I do, as I explained, we think this is a good thing overall for the city. Toronto speaks very, very positively of it because it does allow businesses and community groups to link around the world. And as the speaker mentioned, Although there is the clause in the that I put forward about having similar values and size, it's always a decision of council of whether or not to initiate something like this. So it would be that's really a guide. It could be teaming with the city that perhaps we'd want to, as Councillor Dominato said, lift up. So it is purely at the discretion of council as to what cities are accepted and what aren't. So so I hope it's accepted. I do think it's not a giant arrow in our quiver, but it certainly is a dart that can help. I think, foster relations around the world in a positive way. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Fry, you are next. Go ahead.
Yeah, really happy to support this motion and this initiative. It's something that I've been interested in certainly since taking on this job. I've really enjoyed the opportunities to connect with the various consular communities, and it's something that does come up quite often. And I think it's kind of a reflection too of who we are as a city, or at least who we aspire to be. Many of us here in this city are from somewhere else, not Canada. Many of us, even on this council, are immigrants. And I think that programs like this really sort of broaden the understanding, the opportunities, and to make those connections, so that it really does reduce some of the alienation that often, especially newer Canadians, feel. And I think that this is a really positive kind of city building, friendship building exercise, and I'm really supportive of it. It has so many intangible benefits, but also actual real nuts and bolts kind of benefits. When I was years ago visiting Yokohama, Japan, I was actually blown away by how many people knew Vancouver, because we were Yokohama's sister city, and they take that kind of thing very seriously over there. And obviously, this isn't a replication of the sister city program, but the idea of a friendship city, the idea of putting our names into other cities' kind of agenda and mind and hearts, I think is great, and vice versa. So super happy to support this. Thanks, Mayor, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I just had a question through you a point of information through you to the city manager, and it's just with respect to the reference to our sister city program. It was referenced by a couple of councillors, or maybe it was by the speaker, about it not being particularly active right now, and I'm just curious as to why that is. And I apologize if I'm getting that wrong. I just thought I heard that it was not an active program at this time.
Great. City Manager, you're willing to answer that question?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's not a program that we are actively working on at this point in time. Certainly, there have been communications back and forth with those cities at points in the past. It's a function, to some extent, I think, of capacity limitations on our end, and just the demands on the clerks team, and in particular, our protocol staff. But again, the sister city program is quite different than my understanding of what's before council right now for consideration, in that it is much more. It does contemplate much more direct involvement and work on the part of staff to keep going. So, we are constrained in that regard. Again, would see that as distinct from what's currently proposed here.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
That's good for you, Councillor Dominato. Thank you, City Manager. Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead with comments. Councillor Kirby-Yung? You might be on
waiting for the mic. Thanks. I wonder if I could also ask a point of information through to staff. And I recognize what's being proposed for Friendship City is different than a Sister Cities program. But I wonder if, from a protocol perspective, if you can comment around traditional expectation for different cultures and groups to sort of be formally received and to have engagement with the city, and that being an important part of cultural exchange and protocols. And if you can sort of talk about how important that aspect, or give us some perspective, has been in the past in any kind of relationship with other cities.
City Manager?
Thanks, Councillor. So we do, obviously this has all been very significantly disrupted over the last couple of years, but prior to that, it was quite routine that, we would have visitors from other countries, other cities come to Vancouver, delegations, elected officials, staff, and so on. Our protocol team would assist in managing those. So that's not activity that's occurring in any substantive way right now, and we wouldn't see that kind of picking up again in the near future. But a lot of that, in my experience, anyways, was not specifically related to the sister city relationships. There was obviously, again, some connection there, but in a lot of cases, it was other cities, in many cases arranged through or in conjunction with consulates here. So the consulate, consular corps did play a role. So there was a lot of engagement there. But yeah, so we did do a lot of that work, but it wasn't necessarily being driven by the sister city program. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Kubiak?
At the moment, thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova?
Just a quick point of information, and this would be to the city manager through the chair. Would this be prioritized if council voted on this with the friendship? Would sort of looking at having friendship cities, would this be prioritized over sister cities and that program?
City manager.
Thanks, Chair. At this stage, again, the Sister City program is not something that we're actively dedicating a lot of staff resources to. This motion, obviously, we would need to take away and do some work on understanding what the implications are. I think the mayor has provided a reference point there with Toronto. That would obviously be a starting point for us. Based on what has been cited here, the workload for Toronto seems to be quite limited. So again, we will need to build it into Clerk's work plan to do that assessment and come back to council as is requested here. But this program seems to contemplate that the effort is largely being managed by parties external to the city, and that the touch point for staff is a relatively light kind of administration role. But again, pending more work on this, it's hard to say.
Thanks. I'd just like to note in my closing comments that I really appreciate the city manager's perspective on this, and I would invite and hope that we would hear more of this perspective in some of the staff comments that have come back, because that would be helpful for me in having that ahead of time, so I wouldn't have to ask this question here. But really do appreciate that, and it's helped to clarify a lot of questions I had after reading the comments.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Kubiak, you have a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I do have another question as I'm sort of looking through a lot of more details around friendship cities. And again, I'm a huge fan of, if we're going to do something, to do it well and not sort of as a runaround, I think was the term used by the speaker. But specifically, the Toronto program contemplates things like flag raising ceremonies, I quote, on dates of significance to the friendship city. And I know that there would be care and consideration given to which cities would be our friendship cities, but we've had controversy at City Hall in the past when raising some countries' flags, because there might be some cities that might be considered more progressive, but they also will represent a country. And if something like flag raising were requested from a friendship city place, would we look at doing that? Because I thought we had veered away from doing that due to some controversial issues with things like raising China's flag before, for example.
City manager.
That is true. Thanks, Chair Card. That is true that there have been some controversies of that nature in the past. So these would be the type of considerations we would have to look at and consider in building out this program for Vancouver.
And maybe a quick follow-up question to that: how would we put checks and balances in place if a proposed city is brought forward to determine that we were guarding against issues with respects to human rights versus advancing them? And again, you can't paint every city with the entire brush of its country, but I'm cautious about reputational issues and the need to do some due diligence and work there, because I think the motion proposes that an individual councillor would bring forward a proposed city. So how would we ensure due diligence was done, that we didn't open ourselves up to unintentionally aligning ourselves with practices that don't reflect our sort of, human and social values?
Yeah, it's a great question, Councillor. I think, or through the chair, those certainly would be questions, I presume, that would be asked of the councillor who would be bringing those forward in this construct. And are, questions that ultimately the council wasn't comfortable with or needed more information could be referred back to staff. But yeah, the actual process for how this would work, I can't speak to yet because we haven't looked at it. So I understand the question for sure. Those would be the type of things that we'd be looking to figure out.
Okay, and then follow up, do you think that, from staff's perspective, do you think it unduly politicizes if recommendations come forward through councillors as opposed to another mechanism through the mayor's office or with any type of vetting by protocol prior?
Yeah, I mean, that's a consideration, I think, for council. If this is something that council is interested to be able to do, is advocate on behalf of, these applications or these communities. I don't know that that's at any way inconsistent with the role of elected officials. Again, I think there's going to probably be a limitation on how much work staff within our current capacity staff are going to be able to do on these. So there may be some trade-offs that need to be made there. And again, that would be the type of thing that, I guess we'll be looking at as we explore how this could work.
Okay, thanks.
That's it for your time too, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, and council, I do not see anyone else on the list. Thank you, City Manager, for answering all those questions. Very much appreciated, I know, by all council. And so we are still in the main queue. There's still opportunity for debate. That was a long list of points of information that we just went through. But if we are finished with both points of information and debate, I can move us to a vote. I'm seeing no one else on the queue. So clerk, if you can move us to the vote on this item, please. Okay, that has passed with no one in opposition. Great. Moving right along then to our last.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah. Okay. So moving right along to the last item on our agenda, which is the third referred item, which is previously motions by B.5, effective and equitable staffing for council, which was moved and introduced by Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. We will now hear speakers on this motion. We have three, and I'm just wondering if the first is on the line, Constance Parker. Is Constance Parker on the line?
Not on the line.
Okay, how about Julie Barkley?
Speaker 2 has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. And speaker 3, Harry Grewal.
I am here.
Oh, great. We can hear you clearly. So you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Awesome. My name is Harry Grewal. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I want you to speak in favor of this motion. I think that the contracts should be changed, and it should be a simple thing to do with the employment contracts if we get a good lawyer. Mayor staff and councillor staff should be treated equally. It seems ridiculous, quite stupid to me that they're treated differently and they're not able to do the same kind of work. And just looking at council today and the way it's inefficient, even via Zoom, no wonder that there's such a gridlock for housing where nothing gets done in the city. There needs to be some radical changes to council, and this is an easy one that a good lawyer can remedy. And I'm sure the councillors probably know a bunch of great lawyers who can make a simple change to the employment contracts for all of the city staff. I said that
Okay.
that's kind of it seems like a very simple change, and we've made it very complicated.
Okay. So you do have, are you, if you finish with your comments, you do have questions. Are you prepared to answer questions of councillors?
Yep, I can do that for you.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson, you were on the list, but no. I'm sorry, it doesn't appear that there are any councillors with questions, but if you finish with your comments, I just want to thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council.
Yep, I'm finished with my comments, and I hope that these comments will sink into the councillors and they'll look to do things in a more logical and common sense way so we can get more things done in the city. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
Yes, and thank you. Okay, council, we are on to the main queue now to debate this because, well, actually, I'm going to go over one at other time. Clerk, can you just confirm for me whether or not Constance Parker is on the line now or not?
No, speaker 1 is not on the line.
All right. That's fine. Then I am moving to debate on this issue. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll keep it short. I never thought that what this motion proposed was contentious in any way, and I really hope that it's not. My intention here was, I brought this forward as I wanted to make sure that we all have the tools that we need to do our jobs. And in this case, that means that those who work for us and support us and support all councillors in the future here as well at City Hall and in chambers also have what they need to help us better serve our constituents in Vancouver. And that's all.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato, to the motion.
Thanks, Chair. And just to say briefly, I'm supportive of this motion. I think that one of the things that we need to recognize and became very clear to me upon election is that we do have very limited resources as councillors in terms of support. And while I am greatly appreciative of our clerical staff that we do have, administrative staff that support us, they are shared for councillors. So one staff to 2 councillors typically. And then we do have a small provision to contract services and support. And again, it's not enough for a full-time job. It would not be a living wage if you can't hire somebody on a full-time basis to undertake that work. And so it is a bit piecemeal. And so I would like to see us be able to leverage the resources we do have access to. So for those of us who do contract staff, to be able to have them support us in meetings, through briefings. And I think it's a reasonable request that is being put forward here, particularly in light of the fact that, over the years, particularly with the mayor's office, and it's not specific to the current mayor, but that office budget has grown over many, many years. And so it has a much greater complement of staff. And so I think this is a very reasonable proposal to ensure that we are able to carry out our role as councillors in representing the public. And so I appreciate that Councillor DiGenova has brought this forward. And I think that it just speaks to, again, the important role that we all have as an 11-member council representing the public and public issues to be able to undertake that work in our elected capacity. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Carr. I have a point of information as a question through you to staff, if you'll allow it, which is I'm just trying to better understand. I understand the intent of this, and I'm trying to better understand the specifics and logistics of it. So I'd be interested to hear from staff if this is possible, what the barriers are, logistically around confidentiality, all of those pieces. What it seems like it could be a big decision, and I want to make sure we have all the information that we need.
City Manager.
Thanks, Chair. So yes, as we understand, what we would need to do is likely draft some amendment to existing service contracts to ensure that individuals who are contracted by councillors who have access to confidential information, whether that's in camera or otherwise, would be subject to some sort of requirements for protection of that. Of course, the city can't compel anyone to accept a contract, so we could propose a new contract, and those folks could turn it down. But I can't imagine that's realistic prospect. But yeah, I mean, we can't impose a contract term on a third party, but we could certainly draft new terms and provide those to councillors for the purpose of those relationships that you might have with third parties. So I think would be the primary or kind of most significant step. We haven't gone about framing what those contract amendments would be, but again, we would look to ensure that those contractors are subject to explicit terms that require them to maintain information in confidence, not use it to their own benefit, all the same things that would apply to city staff. So we would do our best to kind of replicate those same obligations.
And do we have comparable means for sort of enforcement or discipline if in these contract employment relationships as we do with our own City of Vancouver staff?
It would be a breach of contract, so presumably, it would be set up so that it would be grounds for termination of those contracts. So that would be generally the only consequence. That's typically how a service contract would work.
Okay. Okay, I think those are all of my questions. Thank you for that. I'm just thinking out loud a bit as I speak on this, Council, but I do remain concerned about breaches of information and the significance of some of our in-camera conversations and the possibility of having possibly 10 additional very part-time contract staff in those conversations and what that would mean in terms of the type of real and difficult conversations we might be willing and able to have as a council on difficult decisions if the only repercussion for leaked information from one of those meetings would be the termination of, as has been outlined, a very part-time short-term contract. So I like and appreciate the idea of this. I too think that given the weight of the work that council does, having stronger staff support is an important direction to be moving in. And were we to have the resources to each have a full-time support staff person who was a City of Vancouver staff person, we would have more ability to, my sense is we would have more ability to ensure that confidentiality and some more leverage in making sure it doesn't get breached. From what I'm hearing, and I certainly came into this with a very open mind wanting to hear those answers, I'm not sure we're there yet, and I'm nervous about what this could mean for any number of challenging and important conversations that we have. So I'll leave it there for now. I'm interested to hear what others say.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Hardwick.
I'll support it. It's a first step. There is very inequitable distribution of support. Council gets a half-time shared assistant from the city and a $30,000 discretionary budget, which is not enough for anything more than a part-time support. No one can survive in this town on 30 grand a year. So there's a very real problem, and I've watched, particularly over the last dozen years, as the mayor's budget ballooned, complete with, significant headcount increases. So it's a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow given that inequity. So I think we need to go further. This is a first step, so I'll support it. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards supporting this. I think it would certainly help me if my assistant could be in on more things. and if I could run different things by them. And I just think if it passes, we hope we can work out the kinks so there's no issues around confidentiality or anything, but I think that's possible. That's it.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I think actually Councillor Hardwick's comments just really tipped me over the edge there. When the councillor acknowledged that these are very part-time employees at 30K a year, which means that this is not a full-time job, which means that they have another job, a second job, or more side hustles. And the idea of bringing politicized part-time staff into in-camera meetings, one per councillor, I think is incredibly unwieldy and a very troubling precedent. I don't think it'll help this council function very well at all. In fact, I think it'll do quite the opposite. You know, I can understand the need for maybe additional support in some of that work, and perhaps there's a future conversation to see about even bringing in some of our full-time city staff to help in that capacity. Some of our existing staff that we share part-time, I think that might be an opportunity insofar as helping with note taking or whatever. But I really am troubled by the idea, in particular with the in-camera and the privileged information stuff, by introducing part-time and, as experience shows, largely politicized staff into these meetings. I think that's a dangerous precedent, and I don't think it serves a really useful purpose. I think this is a solution in search of a problem, frankly.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to reflect back on a few things I heard. I just heard Councillor Fry make a reference to including staff in camera meetings, and I don't see that explicitly listed here. And I think that exclusion from specifically formal in-camera meetings could obviously be a parameter that's established and part of that work that comes back when staff are doing the due diligence. I think that it is really important to set councillors and the elected representatives up, and regardless of who's sitting in these seats during any particular month, term, or from any political party, with the ability to really be responsive to the constituents and the residents that we serve. And it's really tough right now. I can't, for example, council sat in last week, had a whole bunch of meetings with different folks around UBCM, and we got a nice note from staff, which I totally agreed with. It said, hey, councillors, it would be great if you could keep a summary of your meetings. It kind of came in, a request sort of close in, and there's no assistant available or the ability to have your assistant sit in and just even take minutes and notes. And I know, because I'm doing my email at 11 p.m. at night, and our meetings are going 10, 12 hours a day sometimes, that we don't have the ability to take minutes. So I think we just have to be really realistic about leveling the playing field and helping to move some of these pieces forward where it would be very helpful to do that. To the comment around politicizing it, making it political staff, well, my understanding, and I believe I'm correct, and again, I'm just trying to stick to sort of looking at this objectively, is, and based on facts, is that the mayor's two current chiefs of staff are political staff already. They have that access. So I don't know why it would be different if a councillor hires assistants, that would be viewed as more political than that. So that I'm a bit perplexed with respects to sort of that comment. And so I think we really do have to kind of try to put our equity hat on here and look at moving forward to support all of council. I'd also note that discretionary budget, if you spend, it has to cover a number of different things, and that sometimes includes community support or attending events or other things. It's not like you have a free and unencumbered 30 to just spend on a staff resource either. So if you're doing that, you're also potentially compromising other things that budget needs to cover and support. It could be research, could be all kinds of things. So I think that to continue furthering an inequitable situation doesn't make sense to me when we have access to half, and sometimes realistically it's a third of an assistant. And let's be clear, those duties are very narrowly defined in parameters of things like, scheduling, facilitating sort of some administrative functions, but there's not a lot that staff are able to do with that. And when we try to step outside and broaden that base of support, we're told that no, that's not something that the council assistants can do. So I think we've got to be pretty realistic and pretty honest about that. And so it's hard when you have a half or sometimes a third of a person by the time you factor in, people's needed breaks and time off relative to the mayor, who has a greater level of responsibility, obviously, but has this, is able to have a staff of 7 between a complement of staff and political staff. And anybody can correct me on those numbers, but sort of in rough proportion. So I think that we need to look at it from the lens of what will help councillors best fulfill their duties in serving the residents of Vancouver. And I think having flexibility around that sort of thing would be significant. And I am sure that staff will come back and advise if there's specifics, such as no in-camera meetings. But I don't see that being the intent of this motion, and I don't see it specifically referenced. Thank you.
Thanks,
Chair,
Councillor.
Chair Carr, if I could just clarify, I want to make sure that we're interpreting the the intent of the motion correctly. The way we interpret this right now, staff are not being asked to report back on what meetings contractors would be able to attend. Staff are only being asked to report back with changes to contracts. So I would suggest that if council is looking to impose restrictions on what types of meetings in camera, for example, these contractors would be able to access, I would suggest that should be incorporated into the motion. Right now, the motion part A just reads, it's very expansive. It talks about including but not limited to briefings, meetings with staff, access to council members' office.
Thank you for that. I appreciate very much your interjection on that, seeking clarification, City Manager. Thank you. I am moving on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I know I don't have a lot of time left, but I guess I'll just add a couple of comments. I think that an important point was raised by Councillor Fry around, the parameters of access to meetings, for example, in camera, and I think that could be articulated. I didn't see that in the motion. I understood to be perhaps briefings, or when councillors are meeting with staff, which they do on a regular basis, you could have an assistant or someone there to participate. But I really do think we need to, and we often talk about this table, is to put an equity lens on this. And so I take offense to the conversation around the risk of having a whole bunch of political staff engaged. The mayor has political staff. He has 3 of them, and they participate. They are bound by contracts and terms. They work respectfully with staff and with council. And as a woman and as a parent, I will tell you, I'm starting to think that perhaps individuals with children should not run for public office, because we are sure not making it any easier. And so I'm going to be very clear. I support this motion. Happy to see it amended to have some parameters around when individuals participate in meetings. I understand some councillors are currently bringing their assistants into meetings with staff, and if that's a practice already and we can just do it, well, then let's just do it. But I'm not trying to be obtuse, and I'm not trying to be offensive to my colleagues, but we all work hard and we all have different balls that we have to juggle. And it varies from family to family and household to household and people's circumstances, but we're all juggling regardless of what that is. And I really think we need to consider how we as elected officials can carry out our role and do it well, and not for partisan reasons, but because we love this city, because we care about this city, because we care about the people, regardless of where they come from. And I feel passionately about this. I work hard. I stay up late to do my job. I know other councillors do too. And they work around the clock. They work on weekends. But please, can we please give some consideration to equity here?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. And I don't need to repeat what Councillor Dominato has said. I really appreciate her words, and as a parent and as a young woman who was elected to City Council, I do think that it is important that I use my voice at the table to make sure that other women who are dissuaded because they are parents or because they're women from running for political office. We know those statistics. In fact, the mayor actually, he sat on the parliamentary committee, and my apologies if I'm stating that wrong, if it's a committee, but they delivered a report on this and on equity. And the fact that councillors aren't given sufficient budget, that's not what I'm addressing here, although I do think there could be some improvement there, to hire our own full-time city employee or 2 or 3. But that doesn't mean that that should be the reason that our meager budget can't be better used. And I'm just trying to maximize that. I also appreciate Councillor Swanson's comments on this, and I think this will be more equitable. And that's what I'm looking for, not just for myself, but to signal to others who might be considering right now running for office. This is about equity. I've really appreciated the conversations this council has had on equity, and I'll leave it there. I also just wanted to say that I do appreciate the $30,000 that was moved to give us that ability to hire staff. But if our staff can't attend briefings with us, and if they don't have the same level of access, that's quite difficult to ask them to brief us if we have to miss a meeting to be at another civic engagement. Right now, the mayor has that ability. We don't. So I do hope this is supported. Again, I hadn't meant for this to be contentious in any way, and hope this will support not only this council, but others in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to jump back on and certainly with all due respect to Councillor Dominato and others who referenced the challenges of women, in particular moms in the workplace, I totally get that and appreciate it. That's not actually articulated in this motion. In fact, from the staff comments, a lot of this motion wasn't even delivered to staff for them to comment on. I do need to highlight, though, that when we talk about the in-camera, where it's not specifically referenced as access to in-camera, the motion as it's written does reference that these part-time staffers should have the exact same level of access, responsibility, and privileges as the mayor's chiefs of staff, which implies right there that they would be attending in-camera meetings. I think it's worth noting that the mayor's chief of staffs are full-time City of Vancouver employees who are under a very different contract scenario. They don't have side hustles. And this is not to disparage people having side hustles. I just think that this motion as it's written is not fleshed out very well at all. There's lots of gaps here. We see this clearly from the staff comments on this motion. I definitely appreciate what Councillor Dominato brought up about challenges around equity. And I'm going to suggest that this motion would be better referred to staff to have a more fulsome report, because as it's written, I cannot support this at all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And next we have Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that actually, I think just looking at my own experience, the biggest help would be if we could have a full-time person instead of a half-time person. I've already lost 2 people because they got nice full-time jobs with benefits. So maybe a referral would be best, and we could try and get something that that would cover all the bases that we need covered. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I just circulated referral language, and I know I'm short on time, so maybe you could move us to an amendment queue.
I will do that. I'm just going to put you on that queue.
I can put myself on.
Yeah, how it was 63 times. So if you could, that would be great.
Great, thank you. So this is a referral. We heard there seems to be some confusion or just some questions and a lack of clarity about exactly what this would mean. There was a Councillor Kirby-Yung reference that we would hear back from staff about their recommendations, and the city manager spoke to actually that hearing back from staff isn't part of the language of the motion. So hearing all of that and recognizing that this is an important decision and there are important considerations, including for all of those of us who are juggling the demands of young children and other time-consuming delights of our life. I think a report back is valuable, and we can get a bit more information and make sure that we're making a well-informed decision. And as others have mentioned, maybe in addressing those real equity questions, there are other suggestions that come up. I know that continues to be a conversation in a lot of our work. There was early in our term an idea floated that maybe we would each hire a full-time support person, and we didn't end up budgeting for that. But there are some benefits, as I understand, to that in terms of being able to better enforce the sorts of confidentiality that we really need to manage. So I'll leave it at that. I think this is an important conversation that's worth getting some more information on to make sure that we make a clear and informed decision.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So we are on the amendment queue with that amendment on the table now. Councillor DiGenova to the referral motion.
I've seen many referral motions through my time here, and there is no date on this referral, no time that this is coming back, and I see no need for a referral unless the reason is just to deny and delay this. Also, there's no HR budget implications, and maybe it's a tough conversation to have. Maybe the same level of access, maybe that means the mayor's political staff should not be attending in-camera meetings if our staff can't be. It's the same level of access. It's about equity. And I wrote an op-ed in the Georgia Straight minutes before midnight on the eve of the last election about how inequitable it can be here. So it's great that we have some budget, even if it's a part-time budget. I agree with Councillor Swanson's comments. It could be more budget. Right now, we could maximize that budget. And I actually found Councillor Fry's comments quite disparaging. I put a lot of time and thought and effort into this motion and into the wording of this motion. And I don't see the mayor's chiefs of staff or chief of staff texting all 10 councillors in a conversation without the mayor to be adequate staffing for me. And I don't think that it would be fair to pull our very, it's very clear that the staff that we have as administrative staff are non-political. We've been reminded of that many times by the clerk's office. I certainly understand that, and I don't think they should be put in political situations. So I will not be supporting this referral. I stand strongly in that each and every council member should have the same access, and our staff should have the same access as the mayor's staff. And it does say the same level of access. So if that might mean that the mayor's staff doesn't attend in-camera meetings, maybe that's what they come back to us with. But staff would come back to us with something from this motion. So I really want to note that this isn't just for this council. This is sending a message to the next council that, you know, they're welcome and that we support equity and that we will fight for equity for them. So I will not be supporting this referral. I urge my colleagues not to, and I would hope that we would support the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Kirby-Yung to the referral motion.
Thank you. I'm pretty dismayed by this whole conversation. I have to be honest. I think that there's a lot of buzzwords thrown out around equity, but when it comes down to an opportunity to actually try to exemplify it and recognize the real and immediate challenges that we're all laboring under, especially in this term, especially having gone through COVID, with council having continued, with hearing a lot more from residents and businesses, with longer council hours, our staff documented the number of hours spent, and on it goes, with an 80% women council. And I'm really glad that Councillor Dominato was so frank in her comments and conversations. And when we hear that appeal from our colleagues around the chamber and around the table, and we just try to punt it instead of voting against it, which is what I feel like this is about, I really start to be at a loss for words. Either we kind of come together and work on something and, you know, perhaps come forward with some language that councillors might be more comfortable with, and just sort of amend so that the direction is clear to staff. I think the intent is very clear here, and I think sometimes we have to really focus on what the intent is instead of semantics and use that as an opportunity to vote against something or punt it down the timeline, and it doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense to me to do this now and put some proper support and structures in place before Vancouver goes to vote again for another 4-year election when you want to attract qualified candidates. Because what I heard from my colleague is people at a breaking point because they don't have the support. But it's okay to punt it. Like, I'm sorry, no, it's not. It's not okay. And leadership sometimes is about making a decision and not just hiding behind a referral. To me, this feels absolutely wrong. It's just wrong.
Is that it? Councillor Kirby-Yung?
I have no more words than I can share constructively.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I know that we are all working very hard and very tired, and I just want to try to bring the temperature down a little on this. It's true there's not a date included in the referral motion because we all know that our staff are also working very hard and very stretched. But I just want to point out that we just earlier in this conversation heard that the language in the motion doesn't include what Councillor Kirby-Yung outlined as, maybe staff will come back and say in-camera meetings are not appropriate or not. It doesn't include actually some of the things we ourselves earlier named. And again, I think that, as Councillor Swanson said, the better solution to this challenge of our workload would be more staff support, but that's a budget question, and we should be having that conversation with a strong feminist and equity lens, absolutely. I just think that I will say, as someone who needs to go pick up my kids from the school soon, who feels very strongly and equally the weight of the workload and responsibilities as an honor and a responsibility to the residents that we represent, that the heat of this conversation on this particular motion or referral is it maybe doesn't need to be so divided. I think there's a lot we agree on about this, which is there's a direction that we need to be moving in, and we as a council have already moved in increasing those discretionary budgets. What I'm hearing is that we agree that we need to continue moving in that direction. I have heard a very clear commitment around equity, around being a more family-centered and feminist organization, and we should continue to move in that direction. The pieces around access to meetings are one piece, the pieces around resources and support are another, and the intention of a referral is not at all to delay, but really to do diligence and good governance on that front, again, as we heard from many members earlier in the conversation. So I really appreciate how important this issue is for people, and I share those concerns absolutely. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair Carr.
Thank you. And that does take us to the end of speakers to this. So we are at the point of clerk moving us to a vote on this referral motion. Okay, and that vote does pass with Councillors DiGenova, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung in opposition. Good. All right. We are at the end of our agenda. I'm just going to check. That does conclude this particular, it concludes every item on the agenda. So there could be a, let's see, motion to adjourn.
Moved. Oh, I think Councillor Hardwick was muted, but trying there, I can give it to her.
Oh, well. So I have to wait till
we are now. We will be
now, right?
convening a council after this meeting is done. So sorry, I'm just checking Messages. Clerk.
Can I just
Oh,
ask
yeah, we don't have to adjourn.
point of privilege?
Sorry, just 1 second. There's no motion to adjourn. We're just going to move into council. And what's your point of privilege, Councillor?
I'm just wondering, it's only been the this past motion and not the last one, but the one before that, where the vote count hasn't showed up on the screen, and wondering if that's going to be on the screen.
Clerk? The last vote, and the one before, I guess, were not on the screen. Is there a reason why that hasn't happened?
Chair Carr.
I am receiving. Yes, go ahead.
Apologies. We were just having some technical difficulties here. The apparently the clerk's screen did freeze, and so it did not show on the presentation board, but we did capture the vote, and it will be recorded as such, and you did read it out.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And so, Councillor DiGenova, a technical glitch, not an intentional one. So we have concluded our agenda for the standing committee, and so we are now adjourned, and we will convene in council with Mayor Stewart as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting and any other emergency motions. Councillor Hardwick. So over to you, Mayor.
Thanks, Chair Carr. We'll now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from the standing committee. From today, Deputy City Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. We needed a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations for items 1 through to 7. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. A seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thank you. Those have been adopted. We do have one bylaw on the agenda for enactment. Clerks, do we have enough folks here? I guess I'll read through the list and see if people have reviewed it. We may have to move this off, but council members who are not present for the meeting related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meeting if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 1 is from the public hearing that took place last evening, September 21st. Councillors DeGenova and Wiebe were absent from the public hearing. Councillor DeGenova, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I've not yet had time, so I will not be.
Okay, and is Councillor Wiebe here? I think Councillor Wiebe is not here.
No, he was.
He was, but I don't see him on the queue anymore. Clerks, are we okay to proceed with this vote? I think we are.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thanks. So does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on the bylaw? Nope. Would someone like to move the adoption of bylaw 1, please?
So moved. Councillor Kirby.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Heard Councillor Kirby-Yung moves, seconded by Councillor Carr.
Just a point of privilege, I won't be voting Mayor Stewart at Councillor DiGenova. I haven't
Right.
reviewed.
No, that's fine. That was noted by the clerk. Is there any discussion on this bylaw, Council?
Point of information, could you restate the address, please?
The clerk's going to have to help me with this. This is bylaw 1 from the public hearing. I believe that was on it was a city initiated one. I'm pretty sure, actually, clerks, can you help me with that? I don't have it right in front of me.
We'll be right with you.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure it was the internal development application and permitting
sure
modernization task force.
I think you're right. I just wanted to double check for you to make sure we've
Thank you.
For information. Yep, no problem.
It's the internal development application.
Yeah. Right, you're correct, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you.
Any discussion on this item? No. So all those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. That carries unanimously. Thanks so much. Motion to adjourn, please.
Before we adjourn,
Sure.
I would like to request an emergency LOA for 6 till 7 o'clock tomorrow night, since we'll be resuming the public hearing.
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
I'm just going to check with the clerks whether we can do this right now, because usually that has to be under unfinished business, and I don't know if there's room just legally where we are at the moment.
Oh,
However,
I
I
was
know
told.
you were told yes. Can I just check with the clerk? I don't have my Jabber open. Clerks, can we do this now?
Yes, as emergency LOA, it is fine to do it now.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to double check. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Well, thank you. Yes, for tomorrow between 6 and 7, since we'll be resuming the public hearing between 6 and 7, I need a LOA.
Okay,
please.
thanks. We had a seconder from
Happy
Councillor
to move
DeGenova.
that, yeah.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova is moving it. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed nay. That's passed. Thanks very much. Now we have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, please.
Thank you. Seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That's great. Okay, thanks, Council. We'll see you tomorrow.
Wait,
Thanks again.
tomorrow?
No.
Hey, thanks.
Tomorrow
Thanks,
night.
What day is
staff.
it? I don't even know what date it is.
Thanks, Council.
Public hearing, I think. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 6.
Right.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thanks. Bye-bye.